Ja, dames en heren, en dan gaan we ons opmaken voor de eerste combinatie die zo dadelijk in de ring zal verschijnen. Ryan Wood uit Australië. En de rijden hier niet alleen voor de individuele prijzen, maar ook voor de Nations Cup, de landenwedstrijd. En daar zal voor elk team 4 combinaties maximaal aan de start komen, waarvan de beste 3 zullen tellen. En we krijgen in de eerste groep deelnemers, morgen al de eerste deelnemers voor de landenwedstrijd, voor de Nations Cup meetellend. Dat geldt ook voor Ryan Wood. Hij bereidt Coolie Flight. Die is gefokt paard van 11 jaar oud. Afstamming van de ook in springspot goed presterende Engels Blood Blue. En hij komt aan de start met hoofdstel nummer 204.
So we get the competition underway this morning with the first round of riders for the Nations Cup. In first we have Ryan Wood for Australia. Ryan is based over in the States and he comes forward with a horse called Coolie Flight. Coolie Flight is an Irish sport horse that's 11 years old by Pot Blue out of a Lawton's Flight mare. Ryan will be with us in just a few seconds time now and there's the first rider for Team Australia.
Deze combinatie had mooie prestaties neergezet dit jaar. In september op een mooie 7e plaats tijdens de korte 4-ster in Mill Spring. Een wedstrijd in Amerika. En een paar maanden daarvoor in juni in Vermont. Ook een 4-ster en dat was een lange 4-ster vergelijkbaar hier met Boekelo qua level. En ook bij Coolie Flight ook daar op een hele mooie 7e plaats. Er reed tijdens beide wedstrijden in de kern een mooie foutloze cross. Kreeg beide wel een beetje tijdfouten, maar uiteindelijk beide wedstrijden toevalligerwijs op een hele mooie 7e plaats. Maakt dus ook deel uit van het team van Australië.
Ryan Wood and Coolie Flight come forward here as the first rider for the Nations Cup squad. They, back in the States, they were placed 7th in a 4-star short at Mill Spring this September, very recently, and then earlier on in June. In the 4-star long up in Canada in Bromont, again they were placed 7th. They finished last season, this sort of time last year, they were 5th in Leesburg in the 4-star long, same level competition as this. So they bring some good form here, so a great combination to get this competition underway. Today in the Dressage arena, but will be a great pathfinder on Saturday morning for everybody to be watching to see how this lovely course here rides. Lucky to have a walk round already, and the ground here in Boekelo is absolutely amazing. It's perfect going, and Adrian Ditcham, the course designer here, has given us a great course. Very exciting. We've had a little bit of a new route here for those of you that
Well, a very good morning and a warm welcome to Boekelo for the final leg of the 2023 FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series. What a roller coaster of a year it has been, and the final leg is here in the Netherlands, just inside the Dutch border, very, very close to their neighbours in Germany, about 100 miles west of the capital in Amsterdam. And we have got an action-packed couple of days of dressage coming your way on Clip My Horse TV and FEI.tv, because we've got 116 names in the starting lineup representing 14 different nations, 11 of those field teams in the Nations Cup competition. And we're going to get underway with the Pathfinder for Australia. It is the US-based Ryan Wood, and Ryan comes forward with Coolie Flight. He will be presenting to our ground jury. At C, Judy Hancock for Great Britain. At M, Xavier Lassource for France. And at E, Merel Scherink from the Netherlands. An unbelievably experienced trio, and they will be taking charge of the competition from the very outset. Not only do they judge the dressage, but the ground jury also taking charge of the cross country and the show jumping as well. So Ryan Wood, the first of those riders to get us underway, rides this horse for himself and Linda Ledre. Coolie Flight, an 11-year-old by Pot Blue. And Ryan, as I say, based over in the US now. Moved from his native Australia a good few years ago, and Coolie Flight, of course, holds that Coolie prefix of Richard and Georgina Sheen of Coolie Farm over in Wicklow in Ireland. So unlucky. He was really brave at the start of his test, Ryan, actually. He was going all out for the marks and unfortunately just breaking into canter at the start of that extended trot. Riders coming forward in the 4-star dressage test A. And this actually the first of those two tests that have the walk pirouettes in them. We've seen the B test ridden a number of times in the Nations Cup Series so far. The walk pirouettes always a fairly Marmite, I'd say a mostly Marmite movement with the riders themselves. But Ryan's done a really good job actually just after that break to get things back on track. Coolie Flight really relaxed in the walk. There's a lot of walk in this test. Would be a horse that has been to this level on 2 occasions previously, has actually jumped clear cross country on both of those, averages 37.1 from the first phase. Comes here off the back of a really good top 10 finish at the Fork at Tryon in the 4-star short as their final preparation for this. Picked up the canter transitions well. And just getting a little bit tense actually. You can see the horse has just tightened in this canter work. And he's doing a really good job there to actually keep it together. But that flying change comes up very quickly. He made it happen because the horse, anticipating that something was coming, wouldn't have been quite as straight as he would have liked. Ryan, a brilliant producer of young horses. and always unbelievably reliable on the national circuit over in the US. Again, just quickened into that flying change. And falls across the board for that one. Much more expensive than the first. Final halt for our Pathfinder for Ryan Wood and Cooley Flight getting their test underway here in the main arena in Boekelo. This is an arena that was put in some 7 or so years ago now, I think. And actually it's made an enormous difference. The weather in the Netherlands at this time of year can be a little on the unpredictable side. There's been many a wet Boekelo over the years. Fingers crossed the forecast this weekend is actually not too bad. So fingers crossed that continues. There's a stiff old breeze out there, and it'll be interesting to see how some horses find the atmosphere, because there's a big enough arena. There's a lot of flags. There's a lot going on, a lot of exhibitors, and it can just take their attention somewhat. But Ryan Wood and Cooley Flight, the first combination for the Australian team, have finished their test. He will be on the squad this weekend for the Australian team, who are drawn first with Kevin McNabb, who of course was part of that silver medal winning team at the Tokyo Olympic Games for Australia, with Sammy Birch and the very, very exciting 9-year-old Utopia, and finally their anchorman Bill Levitt, RNH Tom R. And all of the team riders will actually be coming forward today. We just have one session of individual riders coming forward just after 4:30 European time, a little bit later on this afternoon. But by the end of today, we will have a clear picture in terms of where the Nations Cup standings are at the moment. In terms of the Nations Cup leaderboard, well, it is Belgium who head the leaderboard itself. They're on 600 points ahead of second place Italy, 440 points. The Netherlands in third, 415 points. Of course, there could be some scores to drop this weekend, because you can only count 7 of the best 8 scores, seeing as there's 8 legs in the series this year. Ryan Wood, Cooley Flight, 39.4 for him. And that sees him setting the standard at this very early stage of the competition. It is going to be unbelievably close, I have absolutely no doubt, because it certainly does count every single penalty on that leaderboard. And with 116 starters, you can only imagine how tight it is going to get by the end of the weekend. So just going back to that Nations Cup leaderboard, 1 ticket on offer for team qualification for Paris, and that goes to the highest placed team who is not yet qualified in the Nations Cup standings, and that is actually Italy. So both Belgium and the Netherlands qualified via the European Championships in Harada. Italy still looking for that qualification spot, but the only team that could have overtaken them this weekend would have been Spain, and Spain not fielding a team here, so Italy actually cannot be beaten in terms of that Olympic qualification ticket, which really does take the pressure off them in 2023, right at the end of the season. So next to come forward, the Pathfinder for the French team, and it is Jean-Luc Bigot and Utrillo Duhalage. Jean-Luc, unbelievably experienced, has been on French teams for many, many years. And was actually part of the French team at the European Championships with this horse in Avanche a couple of years ago, actually. And in Le Moulin back in 2019 as well. Had that wonderful partnership with Twist Le Beige, won the individual European title back in 1993, and has taken a handful of team medals as part of the French team in the 90s as well. Utrillo Duhalage, though, a horse that comes here for a first international run of 2023, in fact. Last saw them internationally At the 5-star, Les Etoiles de Pau at the back end of last year, finished 12th there with a very good clear round cross country. It's a combination that have had a good amount of 5-star experience now. Completed badminton as well back in 2022 and have previously jumped clear inside the time at Pau also. So as far as the French team are concerned, very, very decent combination to be sending out as your pathfinder over Adrian Ditcham's cross-country course come Saturday. And of course, we'll have all of that coverage for you on the channel. This is a horse that is owned by Florence Sassar. 15 years of age now, the Self Francais gelding. Looked to be a very neat walk pirouette. Just got a little bit stuck coming out of it and just needs to be a bit careful that the nose not dropping too close to the chest. Getting a little bit behind the vertical. And that part of the test, it's so important to really understand exactly what is needed and where, because actually you're required to do the first of those walk pirouettes between G and M, and the second of them between G and H. So it's a little bit at the discretion of the rider. And then you go straight into extended walk over G. Just for a moment there, I thought just at risk of breaking with a little bit of tension, but he did a really good job and actually picked the horse up nicely for the canter transition. And this here is a half-meter circle, right 10 meters. And again, it felt a little bit of a different vision to what we perhaps saw with Ryan Wood's test. Horse just getting a little bit fussy in the contact. Very forward second change. And he's trending around the mid-30 territory here. Got a 4.66 for his first change, but actually for his second, a 7 and 2 6.5s. Oh, just unfortunate there that actually just got a little upset in the final halt, so didn't really have much immobility. Jean-Louis Bigot doing a wonderful job with the Utrillo du Hillage, because it's so easy to sit and watch and just not know exactly what the rider feels, because they obviously feel a hell of a lot more than we can see, and they do a wonderful, wonderful job sometimes in actually keeping a real lid on it and not letting that show until quite often at the end of the final halt when it does bubble up. But actually Jean-Louis did a very, very good job there, and unfortunately that final halt is the really costly part of his test, because a 2, a 4 and a 3 from our 3 judges. So frustrating for him there, but that'll see his penalty score drop a couple of penalties. I think he's going to be around the 38.5 mark. That's coming in 38.5, so he goes just ahead of Ryan Wood and Cooley Flight. Just a reminder, our judges at C, President of the Ground Jury Judy Hancock. At M, President who was a gentleman who was on the ground jury actually at badminton a little bit earlier on this year. One would imagine he would be potentially on the ground jury for Paris next year. Also, I don't think that's been confirmed yet, but he is certainly one of the leading ground jury members for France. Xavier Lasource and Merel Schurink for the Netherlands. So Xavier at M, Merel at E. She gets the side-on view, and that's the whole point of having judges situated at different points of the arena, is that you get a great view from different angles. Some can really judge the straightness in certain movements, others the overall picture. As now, a lady who has enjoyed a golden 2023. Jean-Louis Bigot, Utrello du Halage, their score just being confirmed there. But it is the newly crowned European champion, Ros Canter. Ros, who comes forward with MHS 17, owned by Deirdre Johnston and Lady Milnes Coates. It's a 10-year-old that Ros took on the ride from another European champion, actually, her great friend Nicola Wilson, who did a brilliant job in producing the horse that was originally started actually by Sara Beckstrom. And Ros actually took the 3-star long win at Osberton on a first international run with the horse 12 months ago. And they've really spent the last few months getting to know each other. And they're the pathfinders for the British team in the Nations Cup as well here. So looking to see what they can do. Combination went very well up at Blair Castle, up in Scotland, in Great Britain, in the 4-star short there for a 4th place finish. We're top 10 at Bergam as well. First 4-star long as a duo. Ros, who of course won that European Championship title in Harada back in August with Lordship's Graffalo, but also won badminton with a record winning margin earlier on this year, and actually comes here fresh from a win at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials as well. Safe to say, a lady in very good form, and she actually retook that FEI eventing world #1 spot that she held briefly a few years ago. One has a feeling she's settled in at the top spot for a little while now. She's got some great horsepower, and she's really giving us a masterclass in how to present a test to the ground jury here. She's a very elegant rider, very petite, but her horses are so beautifully trained. Very, very neat in that second walk pirouette. And actually, any rider that goes between a 6.5 to a 7.5 for the walk pirouettes, generally speaking, is pretty pleased, because they're not the easiest of movements to pick up big marks on. Very relaxed in the contact there. Wanting the extended walk, everything to just stretch from the length of the steps, the length of the outline as well. There's some nice 8s that came in for the early part of the trot work, but sitting in the mid to late 20s here, around 28.6. Ros would dearly love to take a couple of marks off that. Here she had a very, very tricky trip out to Boekelo. Some paperwork challenges meant that they had to leave later than originally planned. And actually, I think they arrived at the very, very end of the first horse inspection and just managed to present in, quite frankly, the nick of time. Not quite as straight through that flying change, but actually it was clean. It's a beautifully uphill way of going, this horse. Makes a lovely overall picture to the ground jury. First change was a little better than the second, but she comes into the final halt. Got a little bit of the legs in the muddle there, but actually big pats for MHS 17, Ros Canter. They should be our first sub-30 score of the weekend. And that will certainly see them as the ones to beat. It's a great score to have on the board early on for the British team as well. And that was a test that really was sort of the epitome of a clear round in the first phase, because no big mistakes we've seen with the first couple of horses down the centre line. A couple of movements that really do affect their overall score, but Ros unbelievably consistent. And MHS 17, only a 10-year-old, putting in a very, very solid start. So they will be the ones to beat at this stage. Good job for the British Pathfinder. 28.6 is the score that is provisionally in on the leaderboard. So that is the first sub-30 score of the weekend. And actually, in terms of Boekelo records, the best score we've ever seen here at Boekelo actually goes even better into the sub-20 territory. 19.2 Tim Lips and Biro back in 2018, because of course this weekend we also have the added excitement of the Dutch National Championships as well, and 13 riders representing the home nation making the step up there. This is an event actually that the Dutch are yet to top the individual podium on themselves. Very much one I think they'd all dearly, dearly love, because your home big horse trials, just so special, and it does so much for eventing in the Netherlands. They've built an incredibly good facility, and we're looking forward to seeing how the competition unfolds here this weekend. Now, it is the turn of the first of the Italian team riders. As I said a little bit earlier on, the Italian team not quite the pressure on their shoulders this weekend as there might have been if a Spanish team had also been in the lineup, because that Olympic qualification ticket is pretty safe through the Nations Cup Series now. They just need to concentrate on getting the job done here this weekend without having to actually worry about the Olympic qualification. Spain, the only team that could have beaten them in the Nations Cup Series to take that final remaining spot, not fielding a team here. Real shame for Spain, who have some wonderful horses and riders and have been brilliant in the Nations Cup Series thus far this year, but unfortunately not to be for them in 2023. So it is Giovanni Ugolotti who will be coming forwards. Giovanni rides at Billy Hennessy. Billy Hennessy, owned by Harriet Burton, by Billy Congo, the wonderful show jumping sire that stands at the Billy Stud of Pippa and William Funnels, and Donald Barnwell, of course. And this a horse that is a relatively new ride for Giovanni, actually. Only took on the ride at the middle of this summer. Was formerly campaigned by Max Warburton. And I think Jack Pinkney started the horse out internationally as well. But Giovanni had a couple of good runs at 4-star short level with the horse over in Ireland at Mill Street and Kililkey. And the first that we've seen riding actually in a double bridle of the day. Had an 8 for the shoulder and left. That was from Merel Scherink at E, but otherwise sticking sort of the 5 to the 7 territory mostly. Giovanni joined on the Italian team this weekend by Alberto Riva, Falcon Sunheap Z, Paolo Torlonia, ESI Bethany Bay, and Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe. Just got a little bit stuck at the end of that first walk pirouette. And you can see actually the horse finds the walk pirouette to the right much more difficult than to the left. And it's the same horses as people. Often horses find things easier in a certain direction as to people. Very much they could be left or right-handed, so to speak. Plenty of activity in this horse's work. Times you almost just feel Joe's keeping a lid on it. But again, it's really nice to see there, as in the extended walk, that the horse was quite keen. The canter transition there, you just saw the quarters swing in off the inside track, so not quite straight. But he picked it up and it was clean enough. Coming round for the first of those changes. Was very short behind and not quite straight enough. Actually wasn't late behind. So he picks up some reasonable marks. That one just felt a little bit more muddled. Had a lovely couple of 8s in there for the half pass left, and 4s across the board, unfortunately, for that second change, which was more muddled than the first. Actually, a slight bit of movement in that final halt, but then it ended up being what appeared, certainly from our view, very square and straight. So Giovanni Ugolotti and Billy Hennessy completing their test here, as we just wait for their final score to come in. The harmony of athlete and horse, which has a coefficient of 2. So a few years ago now, the traditional 4 different scores that were given at the end of the test for paces and riding and things such as that actually all became one collective mark, the harmony of athlete and horse, and that is described as a confident partnership created by adhering to the scale of training. There we go, 36.1 for Billy Hennessy and Giovanni Ugolotti. So that sees them go into second at this stage behind Ros Canter, MHS 17, who lead the way at the moment. As next to come forwards, it will be the first of the Swiss team. Well, if you rewind 4 years, the Swiss team took an incredibly close finish here in the Nations Cup standings to secure their team ticket to Tokyo. And fast forward a few years, they actually had the leisure of knowing that their ticket was secured for Paris 2024 all the way from Protoni, because they finished as one of the top 7 place teams in Protoni, which meant that their Olympic qualification was secure. A very, very different feeling to this time 4 years ago. But my goodness, what a great job the team have done. And the Swiss now have some fantastic horses and riders coming up the levels. And this lady, Nadja Minder, certainly one of them. She rides this 11-year-old Polish-bred Top Jobs Jalisco for owner Peter Attinger and Martin Zak. Combination who we've actually seen a couple of the Nations Cup legs throughout the season as well. They were 5th in Avanche. They actually were top 10 in Babarithco in the long format 4-star there. And top 25 in Arville. So some good results across the board at the level. Nadja, who actually had her top ride Toblerone in Harada the European Championships for the Swiss team, finished individually inside the top 25 there. This would be a horse very much she'd be looking at as a potential for the Paris Olympic Games. Certainly if something were to not quite go to plan with Toblerone, who's been her partner at the last few championships. But Nadja, only, I think, 23, 24 years of age. And yet she has done so much in the early part of her career. Indeed, she was only 23 earlier on this year. And she's already done World Championships and a European Championships. Just trying to keep the quality of the walk there as she prepares for the first of these walk pirouettes. And she's going right over to the far side of the arena, well within her rights to do that. And that was neat enough. Just gives you that little bit more space. And actually, just got a little bit stuck there in that walk pirouette to the right. Gives you that little bit more space before you are required to show the transition into the extended walk, which happens over the centre line. So if you don't quite go all the way to the outside of the arena, or towards the outside of the arena to actually do that walk pirouette, you can find yourself quite quickly back over the centre line on exiting the pirouette, and that just means that your transition is a little bit more rushed. You can't show it quite so clearly. So good test riding. Trending at the moment around 37.6. That second of those walk pirouettes where the horse just got a little bit stuck behind. Proving a bit expensive with a couple of 4s. And then you pick up the canter transition and you go immediately into extended canter down that long side. So it comes up pretty quickly at that part of the test. Good clean flying change. Could have been a little bit more straight. At 776.5. Unfortunately, second of those changes not as clean as the first, late behind, which will be expensive with 4s, I imagine, from the judges across the board. And yep, they've just come in 4-4, 4.5. Got to a good final halt. Nadja Minder, top jobs. Jalisco, the first of the Swiss team here in Boekelo, have finished their test. We'll take a look at their score when it comes through in just a second, but just to take a look at the Swiss team here this weekend, joined by Roxanne Gonfard, Galaxier du Filiard, Robin Godel, Global DHI, and Felix Vogg, Deo de Lucien will be the anchor riders. The anchor rider for the Swiss team. There we go, 36.7. Just go into third, just slot in behind Giovanni Ugolotti, 36.2 in second. Ros Canter, MHS 17 for the British team, still the one to beat, 28.6. So 11 different teams represented, or 11 different nations represented with teams in the Nations Cup competition here. 14 different nations represented in total throughout the weekend. But of those 11, we've got Australia, France, Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Great Britain, Ireland, Sweden, the Netherlands, the USA, and Belgium. So we turn our attentions now to the first of the German riders. And it is Nicolai Aldinger and Timo, who will be coming forward. This is a horse owned by Jutta and Michael Spethman, 13 years of age. The other German team riders here this weekend: Julia Krajewski and Nickel 21, Annalina Scha, Fairy Tale 39, and their final team rider Christoph Wahler and Decor FRH. Well, apologies for any interruption to the picture there as we join Nicolai Aldinger and Timo. And they've certainly got their test off to a very, very solid start. A few 8s for the collected and medium trot, shoulder in, left at the start of their test as well, which sees them trending around the 30 penalty mark as things stand at the moment. And actually 2 very good walk pirouettes, and actually one of the first, I think, that we've seen that the right walk pirouette has been better than the first one, which is to the left. This combination that have had some good results internationally this year. Second at Langenhagen in the 3-star, finished on a sub-30 score there, finished on their dressage score, in fact, back in early September as part of their preparation for this. In top 15 at Blenheim last year as well. Good flying change, almost just brought the horse back to him a little bit too much. You saw Timo just check slightly, lost a little bit of the rhythm, but actually they recovered very, very well. Lovely uphill way of going. Actually, the lateral work looks to have just been, I was going to say just been a real highlight, but just a slight bobble in the rhythm again there. Not quite straight on the final centre line. Judge at C, Judy Hancock would have had the best view of that. Our camera vision is more in line with that of Xavier Lesource at M. But a very, very solid start for the German team as Nicolai Aldinger and Timo, they should secure second on the leaderboard as things stand at the moment. Not sure they're quite going to go sub 30 where they were trending at one stage. But it has still been a very, very respectable start to their competition here in Boekelo this weekend.
We have a score for Nadja Minder.
57 competitors start their campaign today. We see all of the Nations Cup team riders, and then we have just one session of individual riders to complete the first day of competition and 4 days of competition here tomorrow. We're back for more of the same for the dressage phase. On Saturday, attention turns to Adrian Ditcham's cross-country track. And of course, on Sunday, the final show jumping decides the rankings. And they actually show jump here in the all-weather arena as well. So, now to come forward, it is one of Ireland's most decorated championship riders, Sam Watson. Sam, who had that phenomenal cross-country round at Burley just a few weeks ago with his top horse SAP Talisman. Lines up now with Ballyniti Rocketman, and this is a horse that he certainly has very high hopes for the future. Would be a horse that is owned by Sam alongside his wife Sparkles, who's a massive part of the team. And actually, they won Best Turned Out at the first horse inspection as well. Based at Ballybolger Stud over in Carlow in Ireland. Rocketman just wanted to have a little bit of a look around in his first halt. Sam quickly gets his attention back on the task at hand. Sam, I think, who's represented Ireland at 11 major championships. And this is a horse by Diamond Discovery, bred by James Hickey over in Ireland. Only made the step up to 4-star level earlier on this year. But had a really good 6th place finish in Kililkey and was top 15 in Carlow as well. Would be a horse that can be pretty quick cross country. Sam, I would imagine, would like it if it's a real tough time test on Saturday. Bit abrupt transition into the walk. Kept things moving in the walk pirouette. And again, in the one to the right as well. And that transition into extended walk across the centre line. So I'm just looking for the horse to be as consistent in the contact as possible. Goes really deep into that corner there. And then they pick up the canter transition. Walk is rarely the favourite pace in the dressage of these event horses who are so fit and ready to run for 10 or so minutes cross country in just a couple of days' time. Wouldn't be a flying change that's going to pick up big marks from the judges. 4s across the board. See how the one the other direction is. Better the other direction. Flying change is very much something that the team have been working on with this horse. And a good final halt. So Sam Watson and Balliniti Rocketman have finished their first phase here in Boekelo. We'll confirm a score for you when it comes through, Sam. Of course, one half of Echo Ratings, who have done so much to engage the sport with a much wider audience over the last 8 to 10 years or so now. And he juggles competing his international horses, producing a few youngsters as well, alongside being in the office every day. Two boys at home as well, Archie and Toby, who I'm sure watching on. 41.0 for Sam Watson and Balliniti Rocketman. So that sees him in 7th at the moment. The leader, remember, Ros Canter, MHS 17, 28.6. Her first phase score ahead of Nicolai Aldinger, Timo, 31.4. Billy Hennessy, Giovanni Ugolotti for Italy in 3rd, 36.2. So, 4 more riders in terms of the first rotation of team riders to go. And the first of those for Sweden, it is Marlin Josefsson and Golden Midnight. This is a horse owned by Karin Berglund, 15 years of age now, by Goldmine. And a horse that has lots of experience all the way up the levels. Including a completion at Protoni in the World Championships for Sweden last year. Went to the European Championships in Avanche, actually. Finished top 20 individually and was part of the Swedish team that took the team bronze there. Did so in Le Moulin as well back in 2019. So a big part of the Swedish camp. And Sweden, of course, another of those teams that picked up their Olympic qualification ticket in Protoni. Finished 6th as a team there, led by their chef de keep, Fred Bergendorf. And they've really targeted the Nations Cup Series on a few occasions this year, Sweden. But they've very much been managing their pool of horses, their pool of riders, looking forward to Paris in 2024, which of course, mere months away now. Marlin, a couple of rides here this weekend. Golden Midnight, her ride in the Nations Cup, but also has Magan. Very relaxed in the walk. Showing good extension of steps, good over track. And really lets Marlin pick him up, actually, for that transition back, which as you head to the end of that half 20-metre circle, you then have to show the transition back to medium walk at S, just as you re-meet the track before picking up that canter transition. The change actually came up quite early. You just felt that Golden Midnight was just getting a little bit behind the vertical. The nose was just dropping a little bit low. But actually, then the change sort of appeared a couple of strides perhaps before Marlin would have asked for it. And again, the horse almost really sees and feels the changes coming and rather takes charge of the situation. So, unfortunately, very expensive changes for Marlin Josefsson. Would be falls across the board for both of those. But Golden Midnight completes, and it's going to be around the 40 penalty marker. We'll confirm that for you when it does come through. But if you're just tuning in here to Boekelo, then a very, very warm welcome to you. We are well in the thick of the first phase here. The first session of dressage underway. And in the first rotation of team riders, it is Ros Canter for Team GB, who's taken an early lead with MHS 17, 28.6. The score to beat Nicolai Aldinger and Timo, 31.3 in second. Giovanni Ugolotti, Billy Hennessy for Italy, 36.2 in third. But, as I say, very long way to go. Some 112 competitors now in the starting lineup. 57 of those do their test today. And we now will turn our attentions to Althea Bleekman, the first of the riders for the home nation. As there we go, 40.0 for Marlin Josefsson and Golden Midnight. So Althea Bleekman brings Grand Court. This is a horse she owns alongside Janu Bleekman, 12 years of age now, by Granex. Althea, who actually started her eventing career competing with the British flag on the Pony European Championship team back in Avanche with a horse, little pony called Night Girl, finished just outside the top 10 individually there, but took the team silver. But she's represented the Netherlands for a number of years now. And Grand Court, a horse that is 12 years of age, as I say, by Granex. And actually went very well for a top 15 finish at Blair Castle in the 4-star long format there, back at the end of August. Top 25 at Little Downham in the 4-star short in Cambridgeshire in England as their final preparation run for this. And actually, this is the only horse that Althea has competed internationally in 2023. She has a very select string these days. But would dearly love to impress here this weekend. And who knows, perhaps put her name in the hat for the Paris Olympic Games next year. The team who picked up their qualifying ticket at Harada at the European Championships, led by their team coach, Chef d'Equipe, and at the European Championships, the rider as well, Andy Heffernan. Dutch team here this weekend, Janneke Boonzaaijer, Merel Blom-Holsman, and Sanna de Jong joining Althea on the team. Oh, just slight losses of rhythm. In that walk. The walk pirouettes themselves, the horse's hind legs, very neat. Keep moving, plenty of rhythm, plenty of activity. Just a little bit lacking straightness in the body. And we're just losing the consistency and the contact, I think. Unfortunately, costing them marks. She's doing a very good job because the horse knows the canter transition is coming. It's always the danger when you pick them back up from the extended walk. And then you go straight from that canter transition. You pick up the collected canter, but then you're almost immediately into the extended canter down the long side. Short behind in the change. Trending at the moment 37.2. Unfortunately that change very much in a muddle and late behind. The horse just resisting the transition. And 4-3-3 for that second change will prove costly for them. But plenty to like, and lots of sevens dotted throughout the test. Just a few too many mistakes creeping in to be able to challenge the low 30s on this occasion. Certainly all of the ingredients there for the future. Althea Bleekman and Grand Cord finishing their test here. So just wait for the final collectives to come in from our three judges. President of the ground jury at C, Judy Hancock. At M, Xavier Lasource, and at E, Merel Sherink. As we come towards the end of the first session of dressage here, day one of 4 days of competition here in Boekelo. We're about 100 miles west of Amsterdam, just inside the Dutch border next to Germany, next door. And this event has been one of the most iconic events for Dutch eventing for a number of years now. Has had some great horses win the class as well, the likes of Julia Krajewski, Samurai Duteau, Laura Collitz at London 52. Tim Price won it 12 months ago with Happy Boy, a horse that he actually aims at Poe in a few weeks' time. So now we turn our attention to the first member of the Land Rover US eventing team, and it is James Alliston who comes forward with Karma. This horse owned by Alliston Equestrian and Rick Plummer. 9-year-old mare by Escudo. As 38.0, Althea Bleekman Grand Cord go into 5th on the leaderboard. James Alliston, who actually grew up in Gloucestershire in England, then moved over to the west coast of America good number of years ago now, and actually a couple of years ago changed his nationality to represent the US, which has been his home for so many, many years. Based alongside wife Helen, who herself is a very, very good event rider. But they've got a really, really good team of horses there. And this is a horse that they are very, very excited about for the future. She's 9 years of age. She's had some great form over in America. She won the 4-star long format at Rebecca Farm. And she won her final preparation for this class here as well. That was at Twin Rivers just a few weeks ago. So, James Alliston, Karma, the first of the US team. James really goes for it in that first opportunity to show off the extension. It's actually a medium trot. It'll be the early hours of the morning over on the West Coast. But to anybody tuning in, a very, very warm welcome to you. Delighted to have you with us. I know Helen not able to come over to support James here this weekend. Commitments at home, at the farm and coaching. James joined on the US team here this weekend by Cassie Sanger, Jenny Brannigan, and the unbelievably experienced Philip Dutton. They've got a really interesting mix of experience and youth. And I know this is such a hugely important part of the US programme. We have to keep Bobby Costello very keen to give riders the exposure of competing in Europe against other horses and riders. Trending at the moment 35.4, but has picked up some very solid marks and not really given anything away in the first half of the test. Now, it's interesting there because we get a really good sight of the fact that the horse's quarters just creeping it to the inside track, so not quite straight in that extended canter. But we are situated, our camera position, just behind Xavier Lasource at M. So Xavier would be the judge that would really see that, whereas the other two judges perhaps wouldn't get such an indication of that from their view. Just had a little conversation about the flying change. And that unfortunately is really the first mistake as such in this test where the marks have dropped off. Better to the right. So James Alliston and Karma finishing their first phase here in Boekelo, and as we wait for their final few scores to come in, that will take us to the end of the first session, and we've seen the first rotation of team riders for all of the nations except Belgium. Jarno Verwimp will be the first to go just after this short break with Khyber van der Jammerheide. But we can give you a good indication of how those scores are starting to shape up. Ros Canter, MHS 17, 28.6 lead the way, ahead of Nicolai Aldinger and Timo, 31.3 in second. And I think James Alliston and Karma could well just squeak into third at the moment, because their score provisionally coming through for me of 35.9. So that would see them sit in third. That is just coming up as confirmed. Billy Hennessy, Giovanni Ugolotti, Italy in fourth, 36.2. Top Jobs, Jalisco, Nadja Minder, 36.7 in fifth. And then we go to the Netherlands, France, Australia, Sweden and Ireland, rounding out the top 10 as things stand at the moment. So Ros Canter MHS 17 has got the British team off to a very strong start, but still plenty of big names. And in this second session of dressage, there's confirmation of James Alliston's score of 36.0. But in the second session of dressage, we've got the likes of Kevin McNabb, Janelle Price, Maxime Livio, Annalina Scha as well, the young German superstar, certainly one to look out for. So you won't want to miss anything. We will be back with the next horse coming down the centre line at just before 25 past 10 European time. That will be Jarno Verwimp at 10:24. He is due to go. So a little under 15 minutes. Can anyone overhaul Ros Canter, who sits on top of the leaderboard at the moment? 28.6 the early target with MHS 17. Althea Bleekman, Grand Court there just inside the top 6, and Sam Watson, Baliniti, Rocketman rounding out the top 10 as things stand. So a short break from us, but we will be back in a little under 15 minutes and you won't miss any of the action. Do stay with us because some big names still to come here in Boekelo. We'll be back after this short break.
So we'll be back in a little over 15 minutes time with Jarno Verwimp for Belgium. But a quick rundown of the leaderboard so far. We have Ros Canter in the lead with MHS 17 for Great Britain on a score of 28.6. Nicolai Aldinger in second place with James Allison, the last competitor we've just seen, slotting into third. And Giovanni Ugolotti in fourth. See you in a few minutes.
En dames en heren, de eerste combinatie na de eerste koffiepauze is binnengereden. Jarno Rimp uit België. De eerste combinatie ook uitkomend voor het team van België. Hij bereidt Kiba van de Jorma-heide. Belgisch gevolgpaard, 13 jaar oud en een afstamming van Casanova uit de Mary Royal Lita. En dat is een afstamming van Craig C.
Welcome back to Boekelo, to day one of dressage here at the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Final for 2023. We've got the first session of dressage done and dusted, and now it is time for the final rider in the first rotation of team riders for the 11 nations represented in the Nations Cup competition. And it is the 22-year-old Jarno Verwimp, a real standout star for Belgium this year. And he has certainly made his mark on the Nations Cup Series, had that wonderful partnership, or has that wonderful partnership with Mahalia. And Mahalia, a horse that he's enjoyed some really good success, actually, in the Nations Cup competitions, including at Chatsworth for a top 10 finish a little bit earlier on this year. Went very, very well, actually, in Aachen as well for a top 15 finish there in the SAP Cup. Comes forward here, though, with Khyber van der Jommeheider. And this horse that is owned by Jarno, alongside Josef Lommelen, who actually bred this horse as well, 13 years of age by Casanova. Top 10 in the two-star at Ham back earlier on this year for this combination. Top 15 in Arveil in the Nations Cup competition there. And they actually just added 4 seconds over the time cross-country, so 1.6 time penalties to their dressage score, which was 36.7. The Belgian team actually lead the overall FEI Eventing Nations Cup standings here. And I'm pretty certain, if my maths is correct, that they're actually uncatchable in terms of the overall standings. Plenty of sevens coming in across the board at the moment. Just doing his best to keep a lid on any tension creeping in that walk. Isn't going to pick up the biggest marks for those walk pirouettes. Got them done, and now into the extended walk around the half 20-meter circle. Slight disturbance. The early part of the walk will prove reasonably expensive for this movement. And again, just anticipating the canter transition slightly. Kai Stefan Meyer, who has been chef de keep for the Belgian team this year, has done an absolutely brilliant job, because the squad have been so strong. They really targeted this Nations Cup series. Good change. Targeted the series looking for that Olympic qualification spot, which they actually picked up at the European Championships in Haradapan, but they would have secured it through the Nations Cup series nonetheless. Well, apologies there for the loss in coverage. Unfortunately, circumstances outside of our control, but we are back as Janelle Price and Senor Crocodillo. Salute to our ground jury. And actually, they should sneak into second place because we've got a new leader. Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot, 25.5 is the score to beat. Yet to have an Australian winner of Boekelo. They've come close here previously. Chris Burton was actually second back in 2019 with Clever Louis, a horse that Janelle Price rides actually here this year as well. We'll see them tomorrow. And actually Emma McNabb, Kevin's wife, was fourth here back in 2014 as well. They've had a couple of other top 10 placings, but never on top of the podium. Will 2023 be their year? Kevin McNabb leads the way, 25.5. Janelle, she goes into second, 27.8 with Senor Crocodillo. And Senor Crocodillo, horse owned by Alex and Joe Gianamore. Massive supporters of the sport, but also of the prices as well. So a brand new top two as things stand at the moment. And New Zealand, the first of their three riders, having completed. Tim Price and James Avery, the other two Kiwi riders in the Nations Cup team. Kevin McNabb, the one to beat at the moment, 25.5 out in front. So next to come forward, it is a combination that could certainly be in with a very good chance here this weekend. Maxime Livio and Appy de Libert. This horse owned by the SDF Appy Club. And a horse who has been top 10 at a European Championships, in fact. Maxime, unbelievably experienced. A 5-star winner. Been a real stalwart for the French team over the years as well. Including Team Bronze at the World Championships in Tryon back in 2018. That was with Opium de Verrières. Appy de Libert, 13 years of age now. Celle-Français bred by Fusain Dudefay. Won the Nations Cup over in Jardy this year. And has been really well placed in a few of their runs. Been fairly lightly campaigned since we saw them finish 6th at the European Championships in Avanches. That was back in 2021. They scored 21.3 in the first phase on that occasion. So that is just how low they can go. They are trending at the moment to take over the lead. They're on a score of around 25. The leader, remember, Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot, 25.5. Clear transition to extended walk across the centre line. Just lost a couple of marks in the last few movements. Sees his average drop slightly. Actually, good 7s across the board. If you had a 7 from every judge for every single movement, then that would equate to a 30 in terms of the final score. Straight into the extended canter. And the first of these flying changes coming up. Really nice. Straight, clean, easy. Plenty of 8s coming in from our judge at E, Merel Schurink. And again, really easy flying change. He's not looking like he's quite going to be able to challenge the leaders, but he's going to be pretty close. Lovely final halt. Maxime Livio, Appy de Lebert. And he's really milking that final halt as well. The horse standing beautifully calm and relaxed. And a big year for the French team, a home Olympics next year. Once in a lifetime opportunity to be able to compete at a home Olympic Games, and so many talented French riders would dearly love their name to be on that final team sheet. And that was a very, very smart test from Maxime Livio. Appy de Lebert will come away with a score of 27.9, I think. So that's going to slot him just into 3rd place. Goes behind Janelle Price, Senor Crocodillo by 0.1. And Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot lead the way with that score of 25.5. So it is Australia out in front, New Zealand in 2nd, France in 3rd at the moment. Ros Canter, MHS 17, who led after the first session of dressage. She drops down into 4th, and we'll have the next of those British team riders coming into the arena in just a moment's time. But if you are just tuning in here, then a very, very warm welcome to you. Competition well underway here. 112 names on the start list, and an action-packed few days that we will be with you every single step of the way. Tomorrow, another full day of dressage, going live from 9 o'clock in the morning European time, all the way through to 5:30 in the afternoon. And then Saturday, of course, attention turns to the cross country before the final show jumping in this very arena on Sunday. So now we turn our attentions to Caroline Harris. Caroline rides at D-Day. It's a horse owned by Lucy Matthews, Fiona Olivier, Marie Ann Richardson and Heather Royal. 9-year-old gelding by Billy Mexico, another, with the breeding from the Billy stud. Saw Billy Hennessy a little bit earlier on today with Giovanni Ugolotti. Caroline, who actually produced Miss Pepperpot, who currently leads this class actually with Kevin McNabb. She's a very, very good producer of young horses. And it's great to see her get her chance as part of the Nations Cup team here this weekend. D-Day went very well to finish 4th at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class a few weeks ago. She set out very, very positively the early part of her test. Caroline. Trending at around 30 at the moment. She comes into the walk work. .5s coming in for the walk pirouette, the first of those. Caroline just wanting the horse to take the contact forward a little bit. Nice pick up into the canter strike off. This horse actually was 12th in the 4-star long at Mill Street over in Ireland a little bit earlier on this year. Scored 27.9 in the first phase when they went so well at Blenheim on their final preparation run. Good change. And again, change came very easily to them. A little bit of a difference in opinion actually from the judges. 4, 6.5 and a 7. That's really the only mark that they've dropped a few points on, because everything else has been unbelievably consistent between a 6 to a 7.5. And it's going to be a very solid second score on the doors for the British team. At 31.7 she's trending, just waiting for a final couple of marks for Harmony and Horse and Rider to come through. But we'll be able to give you a score for the British team after 2 riders in just a moment. We can do so for the Australian team, 64.5. They've had their first 2 riders. France, 66.4. After 2 riders for them as well. So, just waiting for final confirmation of Caroline Harris and D-Day. And just a reminder that we're back to the traditional best 3 counting scores from 4 are the ones that are added up in the team competition. 31.7. There we go. Caroline Harris, D-Day go into 6th at the moment. So Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot, lead the way, 25.5. And Senor Crocodillo, Janelle Price, sitting in 2nd, 27.6 as things stand at the moment. And in fact, we'll just double check, but pretty certain Kevin McNabb has delivered the best ever score from an Australian rider here in Boekelo, and that is confirmed. Previous best was Andrew Hoy, Grand Jocker, 25.9 back in 2009. So all to play for Kevin McNabb and team this weekend, as now we turn our attentions To the second of the Italian combinations. It is Alberto Riva, Falcon Sunhup Z. This is a 13-year-old by Ferran, owned by Claudio Riva. Combination who actually jumped clear cross country in Arville in the Nations Cup there back in the middle of August. Also went to Chatsworth as part of the Italian team earlier on this year as well. Top 10 in Stragom in the 4-star long format last season, and actually finished inside the top 25 here 12 months ago. So Umberto Riva and Falcon Sunhup Z next to come forward for the Italian team. First of the Italian riders, Giovanni Ugolotti, Billy Hennessy. They scored 36.2. Medium trot is asked for as you come out of both of the first two shoulder ends. And then it's the extended trot across the diagonal that comes next. You want to be able to show a good difference between that at medium and the extended as well where you can. And some horses have naturally really big paces. Other horses don't have such enormous paces. Just lost the quarters slightly in that half pass to the right. Just got a little bit stuck at the end of that walk pirouette. Better to the right. These horses all beautifully turned out by the teams behind these riders. Massive shout out to all of the grooms, not only those that are actually over in Boekelo and working with the horses, but that are keeping the yards going at home, because it takes a real village and they all do an absolutely incredible job. But it's always interesting as well seeing the different style in which they're turned out. We're seeing a real return of plaited tails, but actually this horse's tail unplaited and slightly bigger plaits than we would perhaps traditionally see, but nonetheless impeccably presented for all of the faces of the competition. I'm sure just almost lost the canter there. He did a really good job to keep the impulsion, just nearly dropped back to trot on the centre line. Nice change. Trending at the moment sub 35. I'm just looking actually for the first of those flying changes, 7.6.5. It originally popped up as a 0.5, but that's very quickly been amended to a 6.5. It's always just worth remembering that these scores are checked manually as well. So everything that we say is provisional. But again, good flying change. And it got 7s across the board. So he's bringing his score down here. Into more early 30 territory. And he looks pretty pleased with that, it should be said. So, Alberto Riva, Falcon Sunhupzi, just waiting for their final score to come in, but it'll be sub 33, so that should see him easily sit inside the top 10 as things stand, and a very good second score on the board for Italy. They've got off to a solid start. So, Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot lead the way, 25.5. So next to come forwards, we will turn our attentions to the next of the Swiss riders. Roxanne Gonfard, Galaxier du Filion, will be presenting in just a moment. Just confirming the score for Alberto Riva. 32.7. So into 7th, just behind Caroline Harris and D-Day, who sit in 6th at the moment. So now we turn our attentions to Switzerland. Roxanne Gonfard and Galaxier du Filier. This a 12-year-old by Diorado, owned by Roxanne herself. Diorado, who actually sires a number of horses in the field this weekend, including that of Laura Collett's De Capo, who we'll see come forward a little bit later on this afternoon. Roxanne, you could almost see there, just take a moment, big deep breath in. Take a breath before starting her test. "36 years of age, Roxanne. Based in France. Represented Switzerland actually at the European Championships in Le Moulin back in 29. That was with a horse called Opie de Saint Leo. Galaxier du Filiard is a horse that we saw actually in Avanche in the Nations Cup there. Completed as they did in Montelibretti a little bit earlier on this year as well. It's the first run at 4-star long level for the horse. Pirouette to the right seemed a little better than that to the left. And actually, the judges agree as well. 7 and 2 6s for that. Trending at the moment 40.7. Into the canter half pass to the right. You want to see here the real quality of the canter. And then when they do hit the centre line, you want to see the straightness as well. And of course, Judy Hancock, who's at sea, will get a really good view of that. Two 5s and a 6 for the first flying change. I think we'll improve upon that in the second. She comes up to her final halt. Roxanne Gonfard, Galaxier du Feliot complete their test for Switzerland. And the best Swiss result here actually was from Felix Vogg and On Fire back in 2012. They finished 10th. So the only time that we've had a Swiss rider inside the top 10 here in Boekelo. But that could all change in 2023 because they've got a really strong team here this year. And still to come for them, Robin Godel, Global DHI, and Felix Vogg, Deo de Lucien, a horse that he thinks very highly of, and a horse that actually went very, very well in Avanche in the Nations Cup a couple of months ago to take second there. Led for a good part of the competition as well. Unfortunately, just wasn't meant to be, with the final show jump fence falling. So lots to look forward to, but it is Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot, who lead the way for Australia, 25.5 ahead of Janelle Price for New Zealand, Senor Crocodilo, 27.6, Maxime Livio, Appy de Lebert in third, 28.0. So now it is the turn of one of Germany's brightest young stars. It is Annalina Scha, coming forward with Fairy Tale 39. 16 years of age, this mare, owned by Gerd Neukarter. Anna coming forward actually in her first run at the 4-star long level. She's had some brilliant performances up the levels, including taking the 7-year-old Young Horse World Championship title last year with Laguna OLD. But this the horse that has really made her dreams come true, taking her through the junior young rider ranks for Germany, and has taken her to individual medals in that time as well. What can they do here this weekend? They've been sub 20, albeit at the 2-star level, but obviously very, very capable. It was 2019, they took the individual junior European Championship title, took team gold in that occasion as well. and actually then finished individually second in the Young Rider Europeans back in 2021. Annalina actually having secured team golds at Pony Junior and Young Rider level. Now looking to make her mark on the senior side in Germany. Second at Langenhagen on their final preparation for their first 4-star long format here in Boekelo. Fourth at Le Moulin in the German National Championships a little bit earlier on this year, the Mesmer Trophy. And sixth in Wiesbaden. They've had some great results. Now it's time to see if they can translate here as well. Neat pirouettes. You can see there, she's almost not quite regathered the reins actually from the extended. She's just shortened the contact slightly, and as she picks up the canter transition, then she'll shorten her reins. Just didn't feel she could totally pick the mare up too much without her anticipating the transition. And actually, her carefulness paid off there. Good change. Some nice scores starting to creep in here as well. Trending 27.7, so a little way to go to be able to challenge the very top of the leaderboard. But second change, not quite as nice as the first, but still good. Just a little bit shorter behind. And a lovely square halt to finish. So, Annalina Scha and Fairy Tale 39 get their Boekelo campaign off to a very, very solid start. Really smart test from this young rider. And she should see herself, I think, sneak possibly into second place, just waiting for the final scores to come through. But 7.5s across the board from harmony of athlete and horse from our ground jury. And make no mistake, remember this young lady's name, because we're going to see her, I'm sure, plenty of times in the future featuring on German championship squads. At 27.4, so good enough to just sneak into second. And that pushes Janelle Price, Senor Crocodillo down into third. They were on 27.6. Appy de la Bear, Maxime Livio just drop off the podium into fourth at 28.0. Still the one to beat. Kevin McNabb and Miss Pepperpot, 25.5. The best Australian test here at Boekelo in some 15 years plus. So how do the team standings shape up from those that have completed with two riders? Well, Germany now actually go into a pole position, 58.7, ahead of Great Britain, 60.3, Australia, 64.5, France 66.5, Italy 68.8, Switzerland 74.8 in 6th. Still, as I say, a little way to go. Second home team riders for New Zealand, the United States of America, Netherlands, Belgium, Sweden and Ireland, all still to come. So now we turn our attentions to the second of those Irish team riders, Robbie Kearns. Robbie rides Ballyvilane OBOS. By, as the name might suggest, OBOS quality. Owned by Richard Ames, who's been a huge supporter of eventing, not only in Ireland, but further afield as well for many, many years. Robbie really making a name for himself over in Ireland as well. I have a feeling could well be a Nations Cup debut for him here this weekend. Came up through the junior young rider ranks for Team Ireland. Bred by Tim Gleeson, this horse was campaigned previously by Gillian Beale King. Robbie's taken on the ride this season. They actually won the 3-star short format at Ballindennisk. And then they've had 2 very good double clear rounds at both Kililkey and Hartbury in the 4-star short format as well. Just lost the horse slightly there on the change of direction in the half pass and actually struggled to get totally back on track. (4-3-4) for that movement that didn't quite go to plan, but then immediately back up to the 7.5s. Just dropped his trending score to about 35 at the moment. Looking very, very calm and relaxed, actually letting Robbie pick up the contact back after that extended walk. And he does a good job of waiting patiently there. Didn't ask too soon. Really nice, easy flying change. He's just getting rewarded with plenty of 7s creeping in after that real shame of a movement just in the half past, that miscommunication just pulled his score down into the mid-30s. It's creeping back lower to the early 30s. And again, another good change. Just quarters not quite straight in the final halt, but a very good test from Robbie Kearns and Ballyvillain OBOS, just a 10-year-old. And actually a horse stepping up to the 4-star long level for the first time in his career as well. Having won internationally at 3-star on a couple of occasions. What can they do here this weekend? So the second of the Irish team riders has completed their test. That is Robbie Kearns, Ballyvillain OBOS. And that means just one more combination even to come forward before the next break. There we go, Ballyvillain OBOS 33.5, sitting just inside the top 10 in 9th at the moment. So now, coming forwards, it is the second of the Swedish team riders. Amanda Anderson comes forward with Jersey. This is a 13-year-old. Was actually, I think, bred by the family, by Quarterback, owned by Rebecca Anderson. And a combination that have really come up through the levels together. Jumped clear cross country at the Young Rider European Championships at Hartbury for Sweden last summer. And really making the step up into senior ranks this year. Top 10 at Babarithco in the 4-star short format there. Top 20 at Stragom. And jump clear in both Jardy and Arville in the Nations Cups also over the last few months. So getting a good amount of mileage under their belts at the 4-star level. Amanda Anderson and Jersey next to come forwards. The first of the Swedish riders, Marlin Josefsson Golden Midnight, 40.0. They currently sit in 18th place on the leaderboard. First run it at the level for both horse and rider. Really bold extended trot. Interesting to see, well, that was the medium trot, in fact. Be interested to see how that was marked, because there we go, 7.5s across the board, and the extended trot as well. Obviously, a part of this horse's test that they can usually get some big marks on. just having to keep a lid here. You feel tiny bit of tension almost bubbling under the surface. Keep those hind legs moving. You're wanting that walk pirouette to be able to see the real regularity of the steps. Bend and engagement as well. And certainly some nice marks coming in here for Amanda Anderson. Picks up the canter transition well. And then straight into that extended canter. She was brave in the trot extension. Oh, that's a real shame. And now just struggling to get the horse back to her. That's a real shame because actually they'd looked so at ease. There'd been a couple of moments where you'd felt the tension bubbling slightly. But Amanda had done a really good job on keeping a lid on it. Yeah. See how the second of these changes pops up. The first one. Didn't get the biggest of marks. And the second one won't, unfortunately, either. Late behind. But that's a real shame. Just lost a couple of marks in the second half of the test there, which will see her not quite able to challenge with the very, very top view on the leaderboard. She was trending sub 30 for a good little while. But just a couple of errors creeping in. And that will be somewhere around the mid-30 mark for Amanda Anderson and Jersey. But still plenty to jump out there on Saturday. And, of course, the coloured poles will play their part on Sunday as well. And we do hope you're enjoying joining us here at Boekelo for the final FEI Eventing Nations Cup leg of 2023. Amanda Anderson, Jersey, 36.4, sees them go into 12th. But that actually takes us to the end of the second session of dressage. What a session it has been. We've seen all change at the very top of the leaderboard. And it is now Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot, who lead the way, 25.5, ahead of Germany's Annalina Scha, Fairy Tale 39, 27.4. Janelle Price, Senor Crocodillo rounding out the podium, 27.6. In terms of the team standings, still have a couple of nations left to bring forward their second team rider, New Zealand, the US, Netherlands and Belgium. But Germany, 58.7, lead the way, ahead of Great Britain, 60.3. Australia, 64.5. France, 66.5. Italy in fifth, 68.8. So that is how things stand at the moment. And we will be back with the next session of dressage very shortly. We get underway with Janneke Boonzaaijer will be the first down the centre line at 11:48 European time, so just under 15 minutes time. But it's a session that includes the likes of Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, who's been on sensational form this year, more international wins than any other rider in the world so far in 2023. Karen Florin-Leguarg, Yasmin Ingham, Robin Godell and Julia Krajewski all coming forward in the next session. You won't want to miss it. We will be back after this short break. Welcome back to Boekelo and to the first day of dressage here in the Netherlands. 112 make the start list, 57 of those coming forward today. And we're into the third session of dressage now. So just completing the final 4 or so in terms of the second rotation of team riders. And to get us underway will be the second rider for the Netherlands. It is Janneke Boonzaaijer. And I'm Special N. Janneke, who's actually had a really, really good season, helped the Dutch team to that historic win in the Nations Cup in Stragom back in June, but also had some great results. ACSI Champ de Teleur won the 4-star long format in Babarusco. This horse that she brings forward here, I'm Special N, comes here off the back of a clear cross country in both Arville and Avanches and Mill Street, in fact, in all 3 Nations Cup legs. Top 15 in Stragom at 4-star long level a little bit earlier on this year as well. So very experienced. Janneke, who's represented the Netherlands at both European, Olympic, and I think World Championship level as well. I'm Special and owned by Janneke alongside Sandhover Stables, 10-year-old mare. Good solid start, plenty of 6.5s on the board, a few 7s throwing in there as well. So sees them trending just sub 35 at this stage of their test. The Dutch team, of course, had that brilliant win in Stragom, but they have been pretty solid across the board as well, it should be said. Actually have 415 points to their tally. Would no doubt be looking to improve upon that score here this weekend. Very relaxed into the walk and the extended walk, really taking the contact down. Just get a really good shot of the extension of the frame there. Seven point 5 for that extended walk. And Janneke, another who's quite careful in the transition from the extended to medium walk. We don't get a lot of time if you haven't picked up the contact massively in the transition and shortened the rein as such. That extended canter comes up very quickly after the canter transition. They scored 37.6 in Stragom a little bit earlier on this year. And again, the Dutch National Championships taking place here this weekend. At the moment, Althea Bleekman, the only Dutch rider to have done her test. So Janneke Boonzaaijer and I'm Special N, the second of the home combinations, have completed their test and looking to be around the mid-30 marker. Could just well sneak inside the top 10 as things stand at the moment as well. And that'll be a solid score on the board for the Netherlands. That Dutch National Championship that I just mentioned, that is the competition that goes on between all of the Dutch riders competing here this weekend. They have their own leaderboard as well, and the highest placed of the Dutch riders will take the national title here. So Janneke Boonzaaijer, I'm Special N, getting us back up and running after the break. And we'll confirm her score for you in just a moment. It looks like it's going to be about 35.2, which will see her slot into 10th place on the leaderboard. There we go, confirmation of that. And in terms of the Dutch team score, it sees them after 2 riders on 73.5. So a warm welcome back to our ground jury. Let's see, Judy Hancock for Great Britain. At M, Xavier Lassource for France. Xavier, who was on the ground jury at Badminton a little bit earlier on this year. And at E, Merel Schurink for the Netherlands. Kevin McNabb, the score to beat at the moment, Miss Pepperpot for owner Becky Stones at 25.5, out in front ahead of Annalina Scha, Fairytale 39, 27.4, and Janelle Price, Senor Crocodillo, 27.6. So next to come forwards, it is a very talented young lady from the United States of America. And it is Cassie Sanger, the second of the US riders. Cassie, who actually had a trip over to Europe for Stragom for the Nations Cup a little bit earlier on this year. Only 19 years of age. Fernhill Zorro, 15 years old by Verdi, owned by Cassie herself. And this combination did go really well, actually. In Stragom, they finished just outside the top 10 individually, but jumped a great double clear. They've had loads of really, really good results at the 3-star level, including on the podium at Fairhill last year. They were 5th on their debut at 4-star level earlier on this year, and 6th at Bromont as well. It's a big weekend for Cassie, making her first trip to Boekelo. What an event to make a trip for. I'm sure its reputation precedes it. Always a firm favourite among riders. Bobby Costello has been leading the US team over the last 12-18 months or so. Had that brilliant team silver medal in Protoni at the World Championships last year. But they've been picking up some really, really good results. And Cassie, after her trip actually to Stragom, went on, and the team that had come over for Stragom stayed for a few days longer to support their fellow US riders in the SAP Cup in Aachen. Those walk pirouettes, so tricky to get big marks on. Unfortunately, the walk just pulling Cassie's score down a little bit so far. Dropped to trend more around the 33 territory at the moment. Wait patiently for this canter transition. That goes directly into canter, which is exactly what is required for, and then straight into the extended canter down the long side. Just tried to get straight there for the flying change, which had a slightly mixed reaction from the judges, 7, 5 and 4. But 7s across the board for that half pass. Again, isn't going to pick up the biggest of marks for that flying change. 4, 4, 5 will prove pretty costly in terms of the penalty score. But still, lovely finish. And Cassie Sanger making her debut at Boekelo this weekend. 34.9 she's trending. Just one or so mark to come in. So she should sneak sub 35. And that will actually see her go into the top 10 as things stand at the moment as well. The first of the US riders, James Alliston and Karma, 35.9. And they still have a little bit later on Jenny Brannigan and Connery. And also Philip Dutton and Denham will be the last to go for the US team. So Cassie Sanger and Fernhill Zorri, the second of the US combinations, have completed. And 34.9, so into 10th as things stand at the moment. Just slot in behind Robbie Kearns and above Janneke Boonzaaijer, who drops out of the top 10 into 11th in terms of the US team score. After 2 riders, they currently have a score of 71.0. Germany lead the way in the team standings at 58.7 at the moment. Now we turn our attentions to a lady who has been enjoying one of the best seasons of her career this year. 10 international victories to her name. That's more than any other rider in the world so far in 2023. She actually has 3 horses in the lineup here this weekend. The first of those is the horse she rides as part of the Belgian Nations Cup team. It is Huni Darville, ridden by Lara de Liedekerke-Meier. Lara also will be in the lineup with Ducati Darville and Formidable 62 as well. But we concentrate for now with Huni Darville, a combination that have been as low as 31.3 at the 4-star long level Montelibretti a little bit earlier on this year. They were 13th in Stragon a couple of weeks ago as part of their preparation for this. Jumped a great double clear, albeit quite steady in the cross country. And top 10 at Le Moulin in the Mesmer Trophy back in June. So Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Huni Darville. Confidence is an amazing thing. This time 12 months ago, pretty much nothing was going to plan. She had that horrendous fall, heartbreaking fall, I should say, very, very early on in Protoni at the World Championships. And how the tables have turned in 2023. Such a hard-working family. 2 small children as well. And Huni Darville was actually, I believe, out of Nooni Blue, which was the horse that Lara started her young rider career on. And she competed actually her first World Championships on back in 2010 in Kentucky. Did a whole host of junior young rider Europeans as well. So this is a horse that is unbelievably special to the team. Generally speaking, scores around the early 30 territory. Lara having to work quite hard in the walk here to keep things going and keep a lid on it. It does a very good job. First pirouette just picking up 6.56 and 3.5 from the judges. So a little bit expensive, but she's still trending around the 30 territory. Walk definitely wouldn't be the favourite pace in the first phase of this horse, but she's doing a very good job in keeping it together. And Lara picks up the counter transition, stride or so ahead of the marker, but to be honest, did a really good job. Lovely change. Very forward, straight. See what she can do with the second of them. Nice. Sevens across the board for that one. So picking up some really nice marks in the canter work here. And I think Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Huni Darville will be pretty pleased with that. You can see Lara looks absolutely thrilled. It's not a phase that this mare finds the easiest, but my goodness me, lots to look forward to. She's going to be pretty close to the 30 barrier, might not sneak under it, but she won't be a million miles away. And actually, I think this horse will improve upon her last test at the level, and actually on her last few tests at the 4-star level, full stop, to be honest. Combination that actually scored 32.8 here 12 months ago. So Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Hooney Darville go into 6th, 30.4, and I think she is very, very pleased with that. So she should be. Just slots in behind Ros Canter, MHS 17, ahead of Nicolai Aldinger and Timo, who drop to 7th. So what does that do for the Belgian team score? After 2 riders, they currently sit in 5th, 68.7, but it is pretty close, to be honest. And we've, of course, still got 2 more riders from every team to come forward, plus a couple more still to bring forward, or 1 more to bring forward their second rider. New Zealand, of course, just fielding the 2 riders here, the 3 riders here this weekend rather than the 4, so they will have to count all 3 of their scores. New Zealand, who've won the Nations Cup leg here previously, enjoyed some really, really good success here in the past, and Tim Price, of course, topped the podium individually 12 months ago. So now we turn our attentions to Australia and Sammy Birch. Sammy comes forward with Utopia. Really, really smart young horse that Sammy went brilliantly on at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class a few weeks ago. And stepping up to the 4-star long level for the very first time in this young mare's career. Utopia, owned by Susan Lamb and Terry Miller. 9-year-old mare by Carantino Gold. She went on to jump a fairly steady clear cross-country round at Blenheim. Horse has actually only done that 1 4-star in her career, but put in a clear round there, and certainly you couldn't put them out of the reckoning to be in contention for the Australian team next summer as well, with a big performance here this weekend. Certainly a big tick off the criteria list would be a qualifying result. Sammy, who just welcomed her 2nd child a few months ago. We've just seen 1 super mum in Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, and we go on to another. The juggle absolutely is real, and huge credit to everybody who was able to make it happen. We take it for granted so much in eventing that actually women can have a family and continue to compete at the top of their sport. Something that's becoming far more recognised in other sports, but actually something that eventing has really led the way on for many, many years. Sammy, who actually made her debut for Team Australia back in Jerez in 2002, had that wonderful partnership with a horse called Frederick Hunter, finished individually inside the top 15 there. She's trending sub 30 at the moment. Don't forget that the leader is her teammate Kevin McNabb. Miss Pepperpot on 25.5. They still have Bill Levitt to come forward for the Australian team as their anchorman a little bit later on. And picking up plenty of really, really nice marks here, Sammy Birch and Utopia. A smattering of 8s throughout the test from all of the judges, actually. That change looks like it was clean, but after the aid had been given. But we will just see what the judges bring forward with that. Yeah, 5, 3 and 4 for that flying change. Second one much, much better. That's a shame. It just really dropped her penalty score, actually, because she was easily sub 30 and now she's going to be skirting pretty close to the 30 barrier. But what an exciting horse for the future for both Australia and for Sammy herself, because Utopia, very inexperienced at the level, only a handful of international runs under her belt. And yet she comes into this big atmospheric arena and delivers a very, very solid, what is going to be a sub 30 score for Team Australia. So Sammy Birch, 29.4 is the provisional score that I have for them. And that is going to see her go into 6th on the leaderboard. It's going to do great things for Australia's team score as well. We'll confirm that in just a moment. But Sammy Birch and Utopia put themselves well in contention here. So the first of the third rotation of riders coming forward here in Boekelo. Sammy Birch in Australia confirming 29.4 into 6th at the moment. So good test from them. And actually, Utopia on a debut at Blenheim, 27.9. So not a million miles away. And actually from 5, now 6 international tests, the worst score that they've picked up is 30.4. So pretty good start to this horse's international career, albeit an international career still very much in its infancy. We'll look forward to seeing them throughout the rest of the weekend. So Sammy Birch and Utopia's score has taken Australia onto a score of 93.9 or better, as they still have Bill Levitt, R&H, TomTom R to come forward. They'll be looking for Bill to score better than 39.0. That was Ryan Wood and Cooley Flight's score, which is being counted at the moment. But if they can improve on that, then obviously they can improve on their 93.9 total score as well. So watch this space there. A big shout out to all of the volunteers who work so hard to be able to make eventing happen, not only here in Boekelo this weekend, but all over the world. Eventing simply couldn't function without so many people giving up their time, their passion, their energy, their knowledge, experience, and love for the sport. And we'll see plenty of them on our screens throughout the weekend as well. But very grateful to each and every one of them. So next to come forwards, it is James Avery. James, the second of the New Zealand team riders, comes forward with Dallas 13. And this is a really exciting horse, actually. Was bred by Amy Woodhead, Holly Woodhead, James's fiancée, So his future sister-in-law, actually to be a dressage horse, beautifully bred for the first phase by DiMaggio. But was then decided that actually eventing was going to be much more this horse's forte. So was bought by David and Catherine Thompson, who also own Janelle Price's McLaren, big supporters of Team New Zealand. And they've had some good results. They were top 10 at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class last time out. Jumped clear cross country at Hartbury. And that's the extent of their 4-star form so far, just a 9-year-old. But James certainly will have been given a tip or two from Amy in producing a very, very good dressage test, but also from his future father-in-law, Ian Woodhead, who's been a big part of working with him in this phase. And I'm sure fiancée Holly watching on, she's out there supporting them as well. It's good to see her getting horses back up to the 4-star level. Perhaps we'll see her back here in Boekelo next year. You can see just how much presence this horse has in the first phase. And it always helps as well when a horse has a really sort of happy, keen expression on their face. Ears pricked. A smile, if you will. James, who's been based over in the UK actually for a good number of years from his native New Zealand, where he was actually a farrier by trade. He's having to work pretty hard to keep a lid on Dallas in the walk. You can just see the tension creeping in there. He'll be very much looking forward to getting the walk behind him and into the canter. Just kind of rushing through the walk pirouette slightly. Just be a little bit more consistent in the contact. James is brave in picking him back up there. And gets the canter strike off and then straight into the extended canter. Trending at the moment 34.5. And remember, Team New Zealand, only the 3 riders in their squad here in Boekelo, so they do need to count all 3 of their scores. A little bit rushed through the flying change. Looks like they got it. And again, unfortunately, that second flying change is going to prove pretty costly in terms of marks as he comes to his final halt. but he does a very good job in keeping a lid on that exuberance bubbling under the surface from Dallas 13, who is very much looking forward to what's to come over the next few days. So easy to forget, isn't it? You know, we want these horses to come in, concentrate, perform in a pretty atmospheric arena. Lots of flags, lots of trade stands, lots going on, including coming past a couple of cross-country fences on the way in. And they certainly are fit and ready to run cross-country for 10 minutes on Saturday. And some of them find it much easier to settle than others. But James did a really good job. And you can see how much talent there is with this horse for the future. Those marks, lots of potential to improve upon them as well. But it's going to be a solid score in terms of a second counting score for Team New Zealand. That is how the individual leaderboard is looking at the moment. Their first rider, Janelle Price, at 27.6, sits in a podium position. Annalina Scha for Germany in second, 27.4. And Kevin McNabb, having delivered the best test from an Australian rider here at Boekelo in over 15 years, 25.5 is the score to beat at the moment. So, looking ahead to those who might be able to challenge that score, we've got the likes of Yasmin Ingham due in the arena in a couple of horses' time with Rihi DJ. Yulia Kraevsky as well, the Olympic champion, has Nickel 21, certainly one to look out for. Tim Price, Gerillo, will be in the next session of dressage, as will Laura Collett and De Capo. All of those, I would say, would have a great chance of bettering that 25.5 from Kevin McNabb and Miss Pepperpot. So, who next? Now we turn our attentions to Karim Florent Leguag and Embrun Darino. This is a 9-year-old by Elliot, owned by Karim alongside Guy Bassat and Camille Lafitte. Karim, part of the French team who won a team gold at the Rio Olympic Games. Brilliant character in the sport. And actually a rider who is very capable of producing a very, very good first phase test. He's been to couple of different Olympic Games, taken team medals at both of them, took team bronze in Tokyo as well, had that wonderful horse Triton Fontaine, who he actually rode in Harada at the European Championships for a top 10 finish individually. So he's building a really good string heading into a home Olympics next year. And this horse certainly one that very much, I think, came on the radar, having won the 4-star short at Le Puget back end of last year. Then had a good podium finish in Montelibretti in the long format 4-star back in March of this spring. So actually already has picked up Olympic qualification, this horse. So one of the things that is required is a minimum eligibility results, an MER, at the 4-star long or the 5-star long level of competition in the year preceding the Olympic Games. So that's from the beginning of January this year up until, I think the deadline is around 1st of June 2024. You've got to have a long format qualification in there, and there's plenty of people that have been really ticking that off their list. And there'll be plenty of people here this weekend looking to do the same. The walk pirouette's a tricky part of the test for this combination, and actually just a little bit inconsistent in the contact as well in the extended walk. Good activity in the walk though. In the walk steps, good lengthening. but good strike off into Canter. Very boldly into his extended canter. The French building so much strength and depth. They took that team bronze at the European Championships, but pushed Germany all the way. Just had to settle for third. Germany taking the silver in the end, but it was a very, very close run thing. Flying change looked to come astride also after the aid, but it was clean. Trending at the moment 33.5. Better flying change that way. Could really see actually Karin set himself up as he came away from the long side and rode very, very positively into it. And rewarded with 2 7.5s and a 7 from the judges. So Karin, Florent Leguarc and Brand Darino have finished their test, this 9-year-olds. And the third rider for France, their first 2 riders, Appy de Lebert, Maxime Livio at 28.0. And then they also have Petrillo du Halard, Jean-Luc Bigot on 38.5. So we'll see what the score looks like for them. In just a second. It looks to be around 96.5, which will put them second behind Australia as things stand at the moment. Karin, Florent Leguarc and Brand Darino just sitting outside the top 10, 33.1 for them. So that puts the French team, as I say, on 96.5. So Australia 93.9, and the French team still have Nicolas Touzaint, Diabolo-Month left to go, and they're on a score of well, they would like to better a score of 38.5, and if they can better 38.5, that will improve France's 99.7. That's just been updated, so 99.7 is the score after 3 riders for France. Now we turn our attentions to the reigning world champion, Ros Canter won it back in 2018. Yasmin Ingham won it in 2022, just over 12 months ago. Life changed forever as she topped the podium on her senior team debut in Pratoni del Vivaro. That was with Banzai de Loire. It comes forward here with Rihi DJ. This horse owned by the Sue Davis Fund. Sue Davis, of course, who has been an incredible supporter, not only of Yaz's, but of eventing as a whole in general as well. Alongside her daughter Jeanette Chin, owned horses such as Imperial Cavalier of Mary King's, but they've been such a support to Yaz as she made the step up to senior ranks. And even though Sue very sadly passed away earlier on this year, it's wonderful to see her name very much still carried out in the eventing world. And I know Yaz very much keen to be able to do her proud as well. Rihi DJ, as I say, 13 years of age, and a horse that has had some really good Boekelo form. Part of the British Nations Cup team here 12 months ago. They finished 4th individually. Ended up finishing on their dressage score of 28.7. Since then, been top 10 at Thorsby, top 10 at Chatsworth, on the podium at Lamoulan in the 5-star back in June, and we're on the podium at Little Downham as part of their preparation for this run as well. Yaz, who became the first British winner of Chio Aachen a little bit earlier on this year. Part of the British team that won a team gold at the European Championships as well. But it's been a season where not everything has been smooth sailing. But as she said not long ago, did a really, really interesting interview with her on the Eck Ratings Eventing podcast. If you're not winning, you're learning. And I think she'll have learned a huge amount this year. And we'll be looking forward to putting it all into practice. Trending around the 30 mark at the moment. Plenty of 8s in there. The walk pirouette's just dropping the score slightly. Lovely flying change. It's a very relaxed, easy test to watch. We've seen some horses come in, get a little bit lit up by the atmosphere. Rihi DJ Piglet, as he's known at home, looking very, very rideable. Again, really nice change. There's been a few 8s creeping in, but very, very consistently scoring around the 7s. Isn't going to be enough to challenge the leader, but is going to be comfortably sub 30 at the end of their test. Yasmin Ingham and Rihi DJ, the third riders for Team GB in their Nations Cup, have just finished their first phase. And again, plenty more 7s coming in across the board for those final couple of movements. So looking at 29.4 provisionally for Yaz Ingham and Rihi DJ, which is going to see her go equal with Sammy Birch and Utopia, in fact, into equal 6th on the leaderboard. This is how the top few are shaping up. Kevin McNabb for Australia, 25.5, the one to beat. Annalina Scha making her debut at the level for Germany in 2nd. Janelle Price, Senor Crocodillo in 3rd. That is the podium as things stand, but there is Yazing and Rihi DJ, 29.4, and that will be equal with Sammy Birch and Utopia. So how does that affect the British team? Well, after those teams with 3 riders have completed, so that is Great Britain, Australia and France, sees Great Britain as the ones to beat. 89.7 is their score, and Laura Collett and De Capo, last of their team to go. They will need to improve upon Caroline Harris and D-Day's 31.7 to improve that penalty score for Team GB. So watch this space. All of the team riders coming forward on today, the first day of dressage. Tomorrow it is all about the individual riders, and we do have one session of individual riders actually to conclude today's competition as well. But great to see 12 teams represented here in the final Nations Cup leg of 2023. So now we turn our attentions back to Italy and Paolo Torlonia with ESI Bethany Bay will be the next combination to present to our ground jury. Paolo comes forward with ESI Bethany Bay. This a 12-year-old by Orlando, Sol Francais bred, owned by Paolo alongside Emanuela Torlonia. Apologies, a 10-year-old owned by Kilpatrick T Limited by OBOS Quality. This mare being produced up the levels by Paolo. Went to Heartbreak for the 4-star short there, jumped clear cross country, completed Bergam and Mill Street Nations Cup as well. Paolo, who's based with Tom McEwen at his Gatcombe yard. Actually plays a big part in Tom's team. He's been there for a little while now. Tom McEwen, of course, who went very well here 12 months ago, finished on the podium with JL Dublin, a horse that we'll see go on to Les Etoiles de Pau at the end of the season. But Paolo made his senior team debut with Bambino de Lilate at the Europeans back in Avanche in 2021. Just see real extension and lengthening of the frame in the extended walk, and then that clear transition back to medium walk at S. So when you rejoin the long side, unfortunately changed in front but very late behind, and almost changed through a trot stride behind, so that's punished pretty heavily by our judges of a 2, 1 and a 3. And actually Paolo just has to really try and keep the horse going here, because just dropped a little bit behind the leg in that half pass. And again, getting into a little bit of a muddle with the flying change. The 4-star test is the first time that we see the flying changes come in, and quite often, you know, it can take, some horses find it very, very easy to learn flying changes. Other horses, it's much more difficult. And there's also a very, very different thing between doing flying changes outside the arena and at home, and doing them in a test condition. So unfortunately, a couple of expensive changes there for Paolo Torlonia and ESI Bethany Bay. We'll see them drop outside the 40 penalty barrier. And that will be the third score as things stand for the Italian team. Evelina Bertoli, Quick Joe, will be their final rider to come forward a little bit later on. But this is how the leaderboard looks at the moment. Kevin McNabb out in front with Miss Pepperpot 25.5. Fairy Tale 39, Annalina Scha and Janelle Price, Senor Crocodillo completing the top three. But still a very long way to go. There we go, 41.9 into 28th at the moment. And in terms of the Italian team, that sees them on 110.7 after 3 riders. And if Evelina Bertoli Quick Joe can improve on 41.9, then they can improve that team score also. Because, of course, we are working on the best 3 scores to count the sort of the traditional format that we are very used to in eventing. And that is how things look for Italy. So Great Britain 89.7 after 3 riders, ahead of Australia 93.9, France 99.6, but still the likes of Germany, New Zealand and Belgium well in contention to be able to challenge those top few in particular. So now we turn our attentions to one of Switzerland's most well-known riders, Robin Godel. Robin comes forward with Global DHI. Robin, who's perhaps most well known for his partnership with Grandeur de Lally, horse that he rode at both the World Championships last year in Pretoni, finished individually 15th and helped the team to Olympic qualification, but also helped the team to 4th at the European Championships in Avanches, finished individually in the top 15 there as well. And he's done a couple of other Europeans, senior and a young rider Europeans with that horse also. So this is a horse that is a relatively new addition to his string, 10-year-old, Global DHI by Dakar, owned by Catherine Brunesols, was formerly owned by Global Event Horses. Brian Morrison rides a lot of their horses over in Ireland and actually produced this horse up to the 4-star level and actually competed here in Boekelo on this horse a couple of years ago, back in 2021. Robin won the 4-star long format in Stragon with the horse last year and has since been campaigning in a few Nations Cup legs so far this year. Of course, the DHI prefix of DHI event horses of Ian and Heidi Woodhead over in Yorkshire in the UK. I'd be interested to see, actually, having seen the horse being produced by Global Event Horses, how the DHI prefix is there. We'll try and find that one out for you as to whether they had the horse prior to Global or afterwards. But I guess the Global's in there as well. Best of both worlds. I'll correct myself. Took a moment for the penny to drop there. Bear with me this weekend if you're with us all weekend. Anyway, back to their test. Looking very relaxed as he comes into the walk. Just needs to keep the quality of the walk there. The Swiss National Championships actually took place in Avanches. This combination finished 3rd in the Swiss National Championships there a few months ago. We've got the Dutch National Championships here in Boekelo this weekend, which we'll be talking about as the competition progresses. Lovely stamp of a horse, this. Big, loose, athletic walk. just for a second looked like he was going to pick up the wrong canter strike off, and Robin did a very, very good job to just hold on and ask again. Meant that there were a couple of trot steps in there, so it wasn't the most direct transition to canter. But sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do. Unfortunately late behind in the change as well. Almost just asked for the change on a couple of occasions and didn't quite come off for him. And again, unfortunately, the change very late behind in the other direction. It's on 3, 4, 5 strides after the horse had changed in front. So a couple of very late, expensive mistakes in the changes for Robin Godell and Global DHI. But still, we should see them sub 40 the end of their test. And the third combination for Switzerland as we head towards the halfway stage of day one here actually in Boekelo. 57 of the starting 112 combinations do their dressage today. All of the team riders coming forward on day one of dressage, and then all of the individual combinations one session at the end of today, and then the rest of them will do their dressage tomorrow. So just waiting for Robin Godell to score Global DHI 39.0. So that's going to see him go into 26th place at the moment. In terms of the Swiss team, it puts them on 111.1. And that actually just needs to update and be confirmed, so it'll be a little higher than that. 113.8, there we go. And if anybody... or if Felix Vogg de Lausanne, their last to go, can improve on 39.0, that will improve their overall team score as well. Felix Vogg de Lausanne would actually be one of the favourites here this weekend on the Ac Ratings Prediction Centre. Come in certainly in the top 5 or 6 on the win chances. This next combination actually come in second on the win chances. It is a former winner here in the past, Julia Krajewski. And she comes forward with one of the rising stars in her stable in Nickel 21. Julia, the Olympic champion from Tokyo, had that fantastic result with Amande Bonneville. And she's got a couple of really, really smart young horses that she's campaigning up the 4-star level, having stepped up earlier this year, Hero de Cantre being one, and Nickel 21 being the other, both 9-year-olds. This is a horse by Numero Uno, owned by Sophia Rossell. Went very well for a top 10 finish at Blenheim in the 9-year-old class there, jumped an excellent double clear, won the Nations Cup in Arville, and scored 24.3 in the first phase on that occasion, so certainly one to watch to potentially challenge Kevin McNabb's lead. 25.5, remember, the score to beat. But this horse hasn't been outside of the top 10 in his last dozen to 14 runs. Very impressive form line. And Julia, of course, one of the best riders in the world. Not only is she the Olympic champion, she's the individual silver medalist from the World Championships in Protoni last year. And she's a former winner here at Boekelo as well. She's had some very good results here over the years. It's actually 2018 that she won here on Samurai Duto. She actually finished on a score of 22.6, which is a record finishing score here at Boekelo as well. But has been 4th back in 2010 on After the Battle. So plenty of very, very good results. And so far, trending 25.7, so well in touch with our leaders. Keeps the hind legs moving. Got an 8 for the first of those pirouettes, actually, which I think is the first 8 for a pirouette we've seen so far today. Lovely, relaxed, extended walk, very consistent in the contact. The horse actually really lets her pick him up as well, showing the transition to medium walk and a lovely transition to canter. And it's amazing when you get that transition to canter just how much time Yulia seemed to have before going into the extended canter transition. So often we've seen it sort of sneak up, and yeah, 8s across the board for the transitions there. Transitions in and out of the extended canter. Got an 8.5 for the pickup into the canter from one of our judges, from Merel Schurink at E. It's going to be pretty on track, depending on these changes, to take over the top spot here. and 7.5, 7.5 for the first of those changes, trending 25.3. Lovely second change as well. A 9 in there for the half pass. So she's dropping lower on that penalty score. Can she get her final halt and salute to secure her place at the top of the leaderboard as things stand? That should be enough. Yulia Krajewski, Nickel 21, throwing down their challenge here in Boekelo. They're going to be our new leaders. The big question is by how much. They've had a couple of 9s come in for their final few movements from Judy Hancock, president of our ground jury at C. Her final halt and salute, 9.98. Harmony of athlete and horse, 8.5. 8, just waiting for that final score to come in from Xavier Lasource, but this is going to be a combination that go to the top of the leaderboard. The individual standings, it's going to put Germany well in the driving seat in terms of the Nations Cup competition as well. Absolutely brilliant from the Olympic champion. No mistakes in there. Very, very consistent and picked up some really big scores in her final few movements as well. The canter work a real highlight. So Yulia Krajewski 23.6, and she is the one to beat. Nickel 21, only a 9-year-old, stepping up to the 4-star long level for the first time in his career, has gone to the top of the individual standings. And Yulia Krajewski, a winner here back in 2018, that's 5 years ago, looks to make it another in 2023. Just confirming that for the German team score as well, puts them well ahead of Great Britain, 82.3. And actually Great Britain will have to go some to shave off enough marks to go ahead of Germany now. Watch this space. Laura Collett de Capo, very capable of putting in a low score in the first phase, will be their last rider to go. But 82.3, Germany is the score they have locked in with one rider, Christoph Wahler, Dakar FRH, still to go. So as we come to the lunch break here in Boekelo on day one of dressage, it is Julia Krajewski who sits in the top spot. Nikil 21, 23.6 the score to beat. And she's ahead of Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot, the best Australian test we've seen here in over 15 years, 25.5 in second. Annalina Scha, Fairy Tale 39 in third, 27.4. Janelle Price, Senor Crocodillo in fourth, and Maxime Livio, Appy de la Bear in fifth. But plenty more to bring you this afternoon, still plenty of big names on the start list, and the first session after lunch looks to be an absolutely brilliant one. Tim Price, Nicolas Touzaint, Laura Collett, Bill Levitt, Jenny Brannigan, Merel Blom-Holsman, all names coming forward straight after the lunch break. You will not want to miss it. We will be back at just before 2 o'clock European time. That's 1 o'clock British time in about an hour's time, wherever in the world you are tuning in from. Not going to attempt all of the time zones, but we will see you then. Do stay with us. Julia Krajewski, can she hold on to the top spot? Some big names still to come.
stars align. This isn't just a feeling. Home is where your heart is. Far away from home, but you're in my mind. Everywhere I go, you're by my side. Take me for that road, the stars align. This isn't just a feeling. Home is where your heart is. Far away from home, but you're in my mind. Everywhere I go, you're by my side. Take me for that road when the stars align. This isn't just a feeling. Home is where your heart is. Far away from home, but you're in my mind. Everywhere I go, you're by my side. Take me for that road, the stars align. This isn't just a feeling. Home is where your heart is.
face above the water. My feet can't touch the ground, and it feels like I can see the sands on the horizon every time you are not around. I'm slowly drifting away, wave after wave, wave after wave. I'm slowly drifting, and it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against the wave, wave after wave.
Welcome back to Boekelo and to the first day of dressage here in the Netherlands as we look forward to the afternoon sessions of the first phase of the competition, the final leg of the 2023 FEI Eventing Nations Cup series. And 12 different nations actually represented in this final leg, of which we're seeing all of the team riders come forward today. So we're just finishing off the third rotation of team riders, and then the final riders will be coming down the centre line as the afternoon progresses. So how does the leaderboard shape up? Well, the last to go before the lunch break has taken over the top spot. Julia Krajewski and Nickel 21. 23.6 is the score to beat, and that's helping Team Germany to hold on to top spot in terms of the Nations Cup team competition as well. Kevin McNabb and Miss Pepperpot 25.5 sit individually second for Australia, and Germany also in third. Annalina Scha and Fairy Tale 39.27.4. Janelle Price, Maxime Livio, Ros Canter, Sammy Birch, Yasmin Ingham, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Nicolai Aldinger make up the top 10. And in terms of that team competition, as I say, Germany 82.3 their score as things stand, and that can only improve as they have one rider left to go as well. Great Britain 89.7, Australia 93.9 are the three podium teams at the moment. Now though, we turn our attentions to the third rider for Team Ireland, and it is Ian Cassells. Ian rides Shanbeau Superflex, I should say. Ian, who's based over in Ireland. Really busy on the national circuit. Just had a slight break coming out of the first halt there. Horse almost went to strike off into canter, but he got it back together very quickly. Ian, always a prolific winner on the national circuit, and he's really making his mark now on the international circuit as well. Made his debut for the senior championship team for Ireland in Harada this summer, and was making another Nations Cup appearance here this weekend. Shanbeau Superflex, 9-year-old mare by Flexibil, was bred by the Shanbeau stud, owned now by Francis Corkery. Combination jumped a clear round at Blenheim in the 9-year-old class a few weeks ago. Top 20 at Lisgarven and top 20 at Mill Street, also in the Nations Cup, having stepped up to the 4-star level this year. First run at the 4-star long level. Just settling down into that half pass. It's the 4-star Test A that riders are presenting to our ground jury here this weekend. Did a good job with those walk pirouettes, because when he came into the walk transition to start with, it just felt like the mare might get a little bit tense, but actually he really held it together. Our ground jury here this weekend, president of the ground jury at C, Judy Hancock, at M, Xavier Lasource, and at E, Meryl Sherink. across the first of the 2 flying changes. And unfortunately late behind, so that will be expensive. That's when the front legs change before the hind legs. Ian, the third of the Irish team riders, Sam Watson and Robbie Kearns, having already done their tests. And actually their last rider will be Clare Abbott and Julant. So he comes into his final halt. Ian Cassell's Shambo Superflex. A lot to like in that test, but a couple of mistakes just costing them a little bit in terms of being able to mix it in the low 30s. But certainly improved as well in the second half of the test. And they'll be around the 37 marker, which will see them just outside the top 20. We'll confirm that for you in just a moment as soon as it does come through. Clare Abbott, of course, the last of those Irish riders, as I say, will be coming down the centre line a little bit later on this afternoon. We've got a really, really big afternoon of plenty of big names. Can anybody knock Julia Krajewski off the top spot? Nickel 21, 23.6, the score that leads the way. Kevin McNabb sits in second with Miss Pepperpot, 25.5. Annalina Scha in third. Who could knock them off the top spot? Well, you've got the likes of Tim Price, Girillo, Nicolas Touzaint, Diablo Month and Laura Collett de Capo, all coming forward in this session of dressage. Felix Vogg, the reigning Swiss national champion. Deo de Lausian, definitely one to keep an eye on. And Karin Donckers, Leipheimer Vante Verhoef will be one of the last, will be the last team rider to go for Belgium before we have a final session of individual riders to conclude the day. So 36.7, Shambo Superflex, Ian Cassell's, they go into 21st place on the leaderboard. And let's see what that does to Ireland. Gives them a score of 111.2. And if Clare Abbott and Julant can improve on the score of Sam Watson's 41.0, then they will improve on that penalty score as well. Still a number of other teams looking to add that third team rider into the mix. New Zealand, Belgium, the US, Netherlands and Sweden. But Germany lead the way, 82.3 from those who have had 3 scores locked in. Now, next to come forwards, it is the turn of Sweden's Freda Anderson, Stonehaven's Baby Blue, Freda comes forward with Stonehaven's Baby Blue, 9-year-old by Bon Mahon Master Blue, Irish bred, owned by Johansson Andreas. And actually, Freda had that brilliant performance at Aachen with Box Leo and a top 20 finish actually. She was top 10 at Aachen, top 20 at the European Championships in Harada as well. So has been in some really good form. And Stonehaven's Baby Blue actually won last time out in Copenhagen at a 3-star event as final prep for this. First 4-star long format for the horse, but has had some good solid results at the short level of competition, including 6th in Stragon in the Nations Cup there, and also just outside the top 10 in Jardy. Doing a really good job. The early part of the test, consistent, relaxed. Transition down into walk. Fred Bergendorf, the Swedish chef to keep, been working hard over the summer in building strength and depth with the Swedish riders, of course, heading into the Paris Olympic Games next year. It's getting a little bit tight going into that walk pirouette. But did a really good job. Just wants to encourage the nose to stay in front of the vertical, not dip too low. Picks up the canter transition very quickly, just regains her reins before going into that extended canter down the long side. Trending at the moment 33.1. Combination generally be in the sort of 33 to 37 territory. What about these flying changes? It's really a stride or so after the centre line, but actually it was a good change. Judges looking for that straightness after the half pass, and of course Judy Hancock at sea will have a really good view of that. Another good change. Sevens across the board for the first change. And a bit of a difference in opinion, 4-5-7 for the second of those changes. It looked good to me, but far be it from me to disagree with the judges. One thing is for certain, though, a very solid score for Freda Anderson and Stonehaven's Baby Blue. And she's going to finish, I think, her test sub 33, which will put her just outside the top 10. It'll be a good score for Sweden as well. Waiting for that to be confirmed. Would be the best of the Swedish scores thus far. And of course, they still have one more combination to go. Louise Remarque, Caspian 15, will be last to come down at the centre line. There we go, 32.9, Freda Anderson, Stonehaven's Baby Blue. And that sees her in 13th at the moment. See Sweden on a score of 109.3 after their first three riders, with Louise Remarque still to come forwards. So if you are just tuning in here to Boekelo, a very, very warm welcome to you. We've got a great afternoon of competition still to come your way. And of course, plenty more over the next few days as well. Tomorrow we'll be back from 9 o'clock Central European time with another day of dressage. Saturday, all eyes will turn to Adrian Ditcham's cross-country track. And then on Sunday, it will be the final show jumping phase in this very main arena. Now we turn our attentions to one of the home favourites, Merel Blom-Holsman and Vesuve Diverant. Merel, who has long been a real stalwart of the Dutch team. Had a wonderful partnership with horses such as the Quizmaster and Rumour Has It NOP, both horses that she's represented her country on at championship level. She's been to some 5 senior Europeans, a couple of Olympic Games, plus a couple of World Championships as well. And now bringing through a really, really smart team of young horses, of which Vesuve d'Iveron, 14 years of age by Jaguar Male, so the same sire as horses such as Vasily de Lassos, the individual bronze medalist from Tokyo, owned by Rad Stake Horses. And this is actually the horse that she rode at the European Championships in Harada. Unfortunately, things not going to plan for them cross country, having had a really, really good build up, and so have rerouted here. No doubt looking to tick off that Olympic qualification. In fact, they've already got the Olympic qualification because they went to Stragon earlier on this year. Actually, 2 4-star long formats and finished first and second in those. So Olympic qualification is done and dusted, but actually, no doubt, one eye on the Dutch National Championship title. Goes to the highest placed Dutch rider. So yeah, accolade that Tim Lips has won on a couple of occasions. Elise Nebelosman, another to have done so. Merel Blom actually took the Dutch national title back in 2021. I want to say 2019 as well. Can she make it in 2023 also? Got a little bit stuck behind, unfortunately, in the second of those pirouettes particularly. Having got her test off to a very good start. She's trending around 32.6. Merel actually welcomed a new addition to her family within the last year or so. And has got a few really, really nice horses in her string, bidding towards another Olympic Games in the pipeline next year. Change could have been straighter, but was clean. Lovely flying change, but an unscheduled flying change, unfortunately. And that just translated through to that second of the required changes, unfortunately. So 2 very expensive movements there for Merel Blom-Holsman. She was just creeping down towards the 30 barrier. You can see just how much talent this horse has, but it's going to be closer to 34 or so Versoev Diviron. And Merel Blom-Holsman should still go to the top of the Dutch National Championship. Individual standings, Janneke Boonzaaijer and I'm Special N lead that at the moment, 35.2. So we'll be pretty close to that. There we go, 33.8. Merel Blom-Holsman, no doubt a little bit of what could have been without those two fairly major mistakes right on late into the canter test, because certainly so much to like and still lots to look forward to over the next few days. That's confirmed. 33.9 into 16th for Versoev Diviron. And Merel Blom-Holsman sees her just go ahead of Cassie Sanger, Fernhill Zorro, just behind Ballyvilane, OBOS and Robbie Kearns. The one to beat still remains Julia Krajewski, Nickel 21. 23.6 is the target. Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot, 25.5. Annalina Scha, Fairytale 39, 27.4 in third. Confirmation Merel Blom-Holsman sits just outside the top 15 as things stand at the moment. As next to come forward, it will be a combination for the United States of America. We'll just confirm the score for the Netherlands after 3 riders locked in, 107.1. And Sana Dion, Global Fairly Flashy, still to go for them. If she can improve on a score of 38, then that will reduce that overall team total as well. So next to come forward, it is Jenny Brannigan. Jenny rides Effie Connery. Connery, an 11-year-old by Conrato. Owned by Jenny alongside her long-time, very, very good supporters, Tim and Nina Gardner. Connery, an 11-year-old gelding, Holsteiner bred, who had a good win at the 4-star short level earlier on this summer. Things didn't quite go to plan at the 4-star long at Rebecca Farm in July. So looking for their first 4-star long completion, having had plenty of good 3-star form, including a few wins in there as well. Jenny Brannigan, long been one of the more senior, and by senior I mean established riders in US eventing. She's had some really good results over the years. That great partnership with Cambalda. Has had some really good top 5 finishes at Maryland 5-star over the last couple of years with Stella Artois and FE Lifestyle. Finished inside the top 15 at Fender Burley Horse Trials as well with FE Lifestyle this year. She actually credits a top 15 finish here in Boekelo with FE Lifestyle a couple of years ago as a bit of a turning point. Made her really believe in herself, believe that she could do it. Been here on a couple of occasions previously. Actually, a busy few weeks for Jenny coming up because, of course, she's got Maryland 5-star in a couple of weeks' time, where she'll have Twilight's Last Gleam in the 5-star, along with a few horses in the young horse classes. One very good chance in the 3-star as well. Very relaxed in the walk, this horse. Unfortunately, the walk pirouettes not bringing in big marks. I'm coming to pick up this canter transition, gets it really nicely. 7s across the board for that transition in. Trending 38.0 at the moment. Be hoping to pull that score down slightly, with the canter work after the walk just proved pretty costly. Yeah. They made the change, but rushed through it, lost the straightness. So 5s across the board. Interesting to see what the second one is like in just a moment. Rushed through again, not quite as badly perhaps as the first change. And again, the change happened and was clean. So does get an extra mark or so for the second of those changes. But looking to be trending around the mid-late 30s. And Jenny really making sure she gets that immobility in the halt before giving Connery a pat and completing her test. So the US eventing team brought over here through their developing programs. Jenny saying thank you to both members of the ground jury at the top. I'm sure she will say thank you as well to E, to Merel Schurink, who we can't quite see. There you go. Good manners. Thank you cost nothing. And it is always good to leave a positive impression on the ground jury. It's an unenviable task, it might be said, as they do an incredible job, hugely experienced. There we go, into the top 25, 37.1 for Jenny Brannigan and Connery. Philip Dutton and Denham, in fact, the last to go for the US team. The US eventing team supported by Land Rover. And after 3 riders, they are on 108.1. And Philip Dutton, to improve their score, would be looking to better that of Jenny Brannigan and Connery, 37.1 or better. This is the individual standings, though. Julia Krajewski, 23.6 is the one to beat. Kevin McNabb, the best Australian test here at Boekelo in over 15 years, with Miss Pepperpot, 25.5 in second. Annalina Scha, 27.4, rounding out the top 3. So we have 2 more combinations to go for the third rotation of team riders. Tina Magnus and Tim Price for New Zealand. New Zealand, the only team actually fielding just 3 riders in the competition. As now we turn our attentions to Tina Magnus and Dizzy van het Lichterveld. Tina Magnus, 32 years of age. Trained by Kai Stefan Meyer, the Belgian national coach, and has been a big part of the Nations Cup challenge throughout this year. Has had some really good results. Actually brings forward Dia van het Lichterveld Z here for the final leg by Diamond de Semely, owned by Chris van Verenberg. Horse that steps up to the 4-star long level for the second time in her career. I will correct that. In fact, Dizzy van het Lichterveld Z, the first time stepping up to 4-star long, top 25 at Lilian Danger at the Young Horse World Championships last year, so only an 8-year-old. Went very well in Arville, the Nations Cup there, the home Nations Cup leg for Belgium. Belgium, who stand on top of the Nations Cup standings. Finished second in the home Nations Cup leg behind Germany. A massive tally of 600 points on the board for Belgium. Means that whatever happens this weekend, they can't actually be beaten in the overall standings on my maths. Already seen Jarno Verwimp and Lara de Liedekerke-Meier for the Belgian team. Just getting a little bit tense in that walk. Final Belgian rider will be Karin Donckers, Liepheimer van ter Verhoef. The walk pirouettes just proving pretty expensive, which was a shame because they'd picked up some really nice marks in the first part of the test. Just tiny bit of tension again creeping in. There's a lot for these horses to look at. There was quite a stiff breeze there in Boekelo today. Plenty of flags on the outside of the arena as well. Certainly can prove quite distracting. Just losing the quality of the canter there into the change. Yeah, the changes, perhaps an area of a bit of work in progress. Only a young horse, 8 years of age. And the 4-star level, the first time we see the changes really brought in. And unfortunately, just losing a few marks on those. But Tina Magnus and Dizzy van Lichtervelde have finished their test. Will be in the mid to late 30s. So we'll sit probably just outside the top 20. We'll confirm that for you in just a second. As we start to look forward to the next 4 riders to come forward actually in this session. All really influential ones. We've got Bill Levitt for Australia. R&H Tom Tom R. We've got Tim Price, Gerillo, Nicolas Touzaint, Diablo Month, and Laura Collett de Capo. All horses that can certainly put in some very low scores. I'd say Gerillo, Diablo Month, and de Capo as well could be challenging our leader, Yulia Krajewski. And Nickel 21, 23.6 is the score to beat, but 37.2 is the score for Tina Magnus and Dizzy van Lichtervelde. So let's see what that does to the Dutch, to the Belgian team score, beg your pardon. 106.0 is the score with 3 scores locked in. They still have Karin Donckers, Leipheimer, Van ter Veerhof to go, and she will be looking to improve on 38.3 to reduce that score even further. So, New Zealand still have 1 rider left to come forward. Of course, only fielding the 3, but from the other teams that have got 3 scores locked in, Germany 82.3, Great Britain 89.7, Australia 93.9, France 99.6, Belgium 106.0 as things stand. Now though, the turn of Bill Levitt, R&H Tom Tom R, this 9-year-old by Tolan R, owned by wife Jenny. Bill, who I think must be one of the busiest event riders on the circuit. Certainly this year, he seems to have been here, there and everywhere. Last week was in France, in Lignières. Now in the Netherlands, here in Boekelo. One of the nicest riders on the circuit, it would be said as well. Family massively supportive. His son Josh just made his debut for British youth teams in Montelabretti. Daughter Ursula, very, very talented vaulter for Team GB. Wife Jenny, the glue that holds everybody together. I'm sure Bill won't mind me saying that. She's a massive linchpin in the team. Probably pulled in a 50 million different directions. But Bill, some really good horses in his yard, and he's got a good string heading into Paris 2024. Goes for it in that extended trot. Sevens across the board for the extended, and the transition back to collector trot all comes within the same mark there. So important to really understand where the marks are distributed, because when you get to the canter a little bit later on, the extended canter is a mark, and then the transitions in and out is a separate mark completely. Very relaxed in the walk, and you could see there the clear extension transition. The walk So you go from the collected walk into the extended walk over the centre line. And actually kept the walk pirouettes 4 7s and 2 6.5s of the 6 marks available, which you'd have seen plenty of those today. Picking up much fewer marks in that part of the test. They've been very expensive in terms of the overall penalty scores available. Good positioning into that half pass to the right. Good change. Possibly a bit short behind, but see how the second one of those changes unfolds. Better. Definitely better, the second one. Bit of a difference of opinion from our judges for the first. 4, 5 and a 6. Whereas a 7, 6.5 and 6 for the second. Slightly crooked into the final halt. But a puff of the cheeks from Bill Levitt. And R&H Tom R completes his test here in Boekelo. For the Australian team, the final team rider. So we'll have a score to lock in for the Australian team in just a moment. Bill, who's been here on a couple of occasions previously, but not for 9 years or so. Last came with Ballymore Richcat back in 2012. So good to see him back. And he will certainly improve the score of Australia, who are going to go pretty close to catching up with Team GB as things stand at the moment, albeit Team GB still one more combination to come in Laura Collett and De Capo. So let's see when his score comes through. There we go, 87.5, the locked-in score for Australia, 32.6 into 12th for Bill Levitt, R&H, Tom R. So, Australia move into the silver medal position. They're the first of the teams to have their score locked in, 87.5. And they're going to have put themselves in a good position, actually, going into the jumping phases over the next couple of days. Now, it is the turn of New Zealand's Tim Price. The winner here 12 months ago with Happy Boy. And he comes forward this time with a really, really smart young horse called Gerillo. Tim, who has only recently just been knocked off the FEI World #1 spot by Ros Canter, who we saw a little bit earlier on this morning. Now sits as number 2 in the FEI World Rankings. Gerillo, 9-year-old, owned by Lucy Allison, Francis Stead and James and Rachel Good. Incredibly supportive owners of Tim's, and this horse they are very, very excited about. By Dantos would be a horse that finished 3rd at Blenheim Palace in the 8 and 9-year-old class a few weeks ago. Final preparation for here. Scored 26.7 in the first phase. On that occasion, jumped a great double clear round, a fast clear cross country. Was 2nd over in Kililkey in Ireland as well in the 4-star short there. And if you want to see something special, then stick around and see this horse show jump hopefully on Sunday, because my goodness, can he jump. He can deliver a very smart dressage test as well. Watch this space, 23.5 28.6 is the score to beat Yulia Kraevsky and Nickel 21. Going on the 4 tracks for the shoulder in. Very expressive medium trot, lovely uphill frame. Very energetic in his way of going. Interested to see what scores come in for that extended trot. We get the angle from our camera that is similar to that of Xavier Lasource at M. .7.5s across the board for the extended trot. 7.5 and 8 for the transitions in and out. Currently trending at about 28.0. Just had a 5.5 in for that half pass to the right. Just pulled the score down slightly. Just got a bit stuck in the walk pirouette, which is going to prove quite expensive. Unfortunately. Tim, who was on the podium defender Burley Horse Trials back at the beginning of September with Vitali. Yeah, his walks just really dragged his score out of the 20s. 32.4 he's trending now. Let's see what they can do in the canter work, because he can certainly claw it back, but I would say that Yulia Kraevsky's lead is safe. Whereas when he went into the walk, he was very much within striking distance. Beautifully elegant picture this horse makes. And it's a fast run at the 4-star long level. They're very much looking at the big picture. Lovely change. And immediately, having picked up the canter work, the 8s have started flowing back in. And he's going to drop sub 30 again. It's just unfortunate that the walk had some marks in there that unfortunately have taken their toll on the total penalty score. Another really nice change. Expressive. Engaged. Got an 8 and 2 7.5s for the first. Tim Price and Girillo finishing their test, waiting for those final few scores to come in. He should go into the top 10. He should be sub 30. Not quite going to be challenging the lead of Yulia Kraevsky and Nickel 21, who can breathe. I was going to say breathe easy, but only breathe easy until the next 2 combinations come forward, because both of those capable of putting in very, very low numbers in the first phase. So watch this space. But Tim Price, Girillo, definitely a combination to look out for in the future. Tim, of course, he won here 12 months ago with Happy Boy. He won here previously, actually, with Seka Tinker as well, back in 2017, I think it was. I think that was the occasion that the New Zealand team as well went to the top of the podium in the Nations Cup competition. It's going to be putting the New Zealand team in a pretty competitive position in terms of their team score as well. Of course, just fielding the three members, Janelle Price, Tim's wife, and James Avery, the other two members of that team, as waiting for those final scores to come in. Tim Price and Jarillo have finished their test. So, next to come forwards, it will be for France, former European champion Nicolas Touzaint, only French rider to have ever won badminton horse trials. And he comes forward with Diablo Month. Just getting confirmation of Tim Price's score with Jarillo, 29.0. So goes into 7th on the leaderboard. And that actually sees New Zealand locked in on a score of 92.1. So from those teams that have locked in their scores, Australia 87.5, New Zealand 92.1. And they are in 2nd and 4th. At the moment. Germany, Great Britain can still improve on their scores. And so that slight order could change. Now the turn of Nicolas Touzaint, and a horse that is certainly one to be really paying attention to, because Diablo Month, a horse that is impressed on so many occasions coming up the levels. Only a 10-year-old by Scarface de Mars, owned by Francois Niclas and SC Mazard Sports. Horse that was 2nd at Chatsworth in the Nations Cup competition there a little bit earlier on this year. 2nd in Linear in the 4-star long format at the end of last season. Was on the podium as a 7-year-old at Le Lion d'Angers at the Young Horse World Championships as well. Finished 3rd there. Had a great result, finished 3rd in Saumur as well, actually, in 2022. Beat some very, very good horses that day, including the likes of Gaspard Maxud Zaragoza, who have been top 8 for France at a Worlds and a Europeans. And actually, Diablo Month, the 2nd highest rated 10-year-old in the world right now on EquiRatings ratings. The highest rated is that teammate that I just mentioned, Gaspard Maxud Zaragoza. An ELO rating of 670. And so far, he's picked up some very, very nice marks in the first half of his test. He's trending 24.7. His personal best of any level, this horse, 27.1. So, we could be on track to see something pretty special. The canter work is going to be key. There is absolutely no doubting the talent of this man on board. Long been one of France's absolute superstars in the sport. Dominated in the 2000s. Had the wonderful Galant de Sauviat, but also Hidalgo de Lille. Then had a bit of time without sort of a number one in his string. Lovely change. And now has Absolute Gold, who of course he's ridden on the last few French championship teams, but also this horse. Trending 25.8. The leader at the moment 23.6. Julia Kraevsky and Nickel 21. So a lot will come down to this final change, final halts and centre line. Another good clean change. 778 for the first of those. Going to be very, very close. Lovely halt to finish. Nicolas Touzaint, Diablo Month, a horse that we could be seeing so much more of in the next 12 months. My goodness me, what a time to deliver a personal best. There's real excitement in French eventing at the moment, and this man is cause for plenty of it. He is going to be very, very close to the top few on the leaderboard. He's not going to quite overhaul Julia Kraevsky, but he's going to probably go into a podium position, just waiting for one final score to come through. Nicolas Touzaint and Diablo Month. 25.5 goes equal second with Miss Pepper Potts and Kevin McNabb. So 25.5, Nicolas Touzaint, Diablo Month, they sit in second. Julia Kraevsky continues to hold on to the top spot. This next combination may have something to say about that. We'll come to them in just a second. Let's refresh our memories as to how the team competition is shaping up. France now 86.6 locked in. So they go ahead of Australia and they slot in behind Germany. So Germany at the moment 82.3, and they still have one rider left to go. They're pretty much at this stage, one would say, guaranteed to be leading going into cross country. Still a little way to go, but they're going to be hard to beat. France 86.6 locked in, Australia 87.5 locked in, Great Britain 89.7 with this lady still to go, and the score she needs to beat to improve their penalty mark is 31.7. It is the 2022 badminton winner, former Boekelo winner as well, Laura Collett, European team gold medalist, team Olympic gold medalist, and De Capo. This a horse that has been well placed in the top 5 here previously. The Echo Ratings Prediction Centre favourite coming into the competition. De Capo, owned by Diana Chappell, Gillian Morris-Adams, Alison Smedley, Michael Smedley and Carolyn Taylor. A horse who's given Laura a hell of a lot of fun over the last few years. Given her a few headaches along the way as well. But he absolutely can put in a very, very strong first phase performance. Laura trains a lot with Ian Woodhead, a lot with Carl Hester. She's always an absolute master to watch in this first phase. Okay, she's trending at the moment 23.8. We've seen the walk. I wouldn't like to say make some tests, but I would definitely say break some tests. So these pirouettes very important if she's going to be challenging Yulia Kraevski's 23.6. Got a 4 snuck in there actually from one of the judges for that second half pirouette. Lovely extended walk, real extension of the frame. He's a very striking horse, Da Capo. Laura, who won this class with London 52. Just almost went to Popper's trot strap also in before the canter transition. Nicolas Touzaint, Diablo Month, their score has just been revised to 25.4, so they sit second alone now, 0.1 ahead of Kevin McNabb and Miss Pepperpot. Laura, 26.1 at the moment. Good change. Remembered Yulia Kraevski 23.6. Gonna have to be pulling in a few 8s in these last couple of movements to be getting close to challenge that. Look to me like a late flying change. We'll wait for the judges to confirm. A 9 in there for the half pass. Yes, it was a late flying change. 4s across the board. Glad I didn't totally put my foot in it, and that's a real shame, but unfortunately that does stop her being able to get hold of that top spot. She's still put in a very, very strong test though, and this is a horse that can certainly finish on a score that he starts on. Will go well inside the top 10. Should be sub 27, just waiting for a final score or so to come through. But I'm sure Laura will be kicking herself slightly as to what could have been if that final change had come off. However, that is eventing. That is dressage. And watch this space for the rest of the competition. 26.9, so still very much good enough for 4th place at the moment. A good test from Laura Collett. That will very much improve the British team score as well. We'll come on to just how much in a second. So actually it puts the Brits on 85.0. So of those scores locked in, it is Great Britain 85.0, France 86.5, Australia 87.5, New Zealand 92.1. Still with one rider left to go, and they're guaranteed to hold the top spot, bar some completely unexpected happening. Germany 82.3, so even with one left to go, Christoph Wahler, Decor FRH, and they will continue to sit on 82.3 or better, which means that realistically nobody can actually get ahead of them now, and so they will hold the top spot ahead of, at the moment it's Great Britain, France, Australia, New Zealand, but still a few horses left to go. That is the updated leaderboard. A couple of changes there in the last couple of horses, but the most thing that stands out is that Yulia Kraevski holds on to the top spot at the moment. Nickel 21 is the one to beat, 23.6. Big question is, can anyone beat her? Because a few of the big challengers have been and gone. Diablo Month, Nicolas Touzaint sit in second, Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot in third. We've just seen Laura Collett there go in to fourth. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Huni Darville her ride on the Belgian Nations Cup team, 30.4. We'll see Lara a little bit later on this afternoon with the second of her 3 rides. She comes forward as the third last of the day with Ducati d'Arville. And we've still got a lot more excitement to bring you, but that actually takes us up to the next break. So Laura Collett and Da Capo, they've gone into 4th, and we now have a short break in proceedings before the final Italian rider in the Nations Cup team for them. Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe are due down the centre line at just gone 3:15, so a little over 10 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you after this short break. Welcome back to Boekelo and to the penultimate session of dressage here on day one of the competition. Looking forward to the final rotation of team riders to be completed, and then we'll get a real picture as to how that team leaderboard is shaping up going into the jumping phases over the weekend. We then will turn our attentions to all of the individual riders coming forward across the weekend. We've got a bumper entry of 112 starters in this 4-star long format, 12 different nations represented with teams in the Nations Cup competition. And we now turn our attentions to Italy, to Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe. Combination that come forward as the anchor rider for Italy. This is a horse that Evelina owns herself, 14 years of age. Evelina, who we've seen on plenty a senior championship squad for Italy, including the Worlds last year. Fiji de Malaise, the horse that she rode there. It's actually the horse I think that she rode at the European Championships in Harada for a top 25 finish a little bit earlier on this summer. But Quick Joe, 14 years of age, comes here having had a good season with a few of those Nations Cup performances in both Montelibretti, where they were top 25, and they were 11th individually in the final standings in Avanche. Helped the Italian team to second place in Montelibretti. And of course, as we said a little bit earlier on, today it could have been a very, very different feeling for Italy coming in to this Nations Cup final, because they're still looking for that Olympic qualification ticket. They were looking for it through the Nations Cup route, having not qualified at the European Championships. However, not quite the pressure cooker, because they've actually got that sewn up, so it just takes the weight off their shoulders this weekend. The only team that could have challenged them in the Nations Cup standings in terms of being able to add enough points to go ahead of them here this weekend were Spain, and Spain unfortunately not able to enter a team, so that means that Italy can breathe a little more easily. It's a horse that was 8th at Babarusco and the long format 4-star a little bit earlier on this year as well. Jumped at a good double clear there. Trending around the 40 barrier as things stand. The walk again, another to just have their score pulled down slightly by those marks coming forward from the walk. It's a good 5 movements of walk in this test. The walk pirouettes in particular seem to be very tricky to pick up good marks on. Slight stumble in the canter half pass to the right, but they recovered. Change was clean, not quite straight. And just came across for that second change to have changed cleanly behind. A little bit abrupt into the final halt. And just a little bit wide behind, but a good finish for Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe. She'll be close to a sub 40 score. So the final Italian team rider finishing her test here this weekend. Still some individuals to come forward tomorrow. Alberto Giuni and Galway Bay Talent will be in the first session of Dressage tomorrow, which of course we'll have live for you from 9 o'clock Central European time. So just waiting for that final score to come in. Remember, the leader at the moment, Yulia Krajewski, nickel 21. She's going to be pretty tough to knock off that top spot going into the jumping phases. 23.6 is the target. Nicolas Touzaint, Diablo Month, 25.4, sit in second. Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot in third. 39.9 for Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe, sit in 37th at the moment. And we'll have a look and see what that does to Italy's team score in just a second. It will improve their team score slightly. Not quite sure if it'll be enough to move them up the leaderboard, but we'll have a look. Of course, still the final rotation of riders taking place, so a few teams that can improve upon their score. A few of them already locked in. Germany are going to be holding on to the top spot going into the jumping phases. 82.3, Great Britain 84.9. They are locked in. Great Britain, Germany still have one more left to go. France 86.5, also locked in. And Australia 87.5, again also locked in. So now we turn our attentions to the Swiss national champions in Felix Vogg and Deo de l'Océan. This is a horse owned by the Deo de l'Océan syndicate, 10-year-olds, self-Francais bred. Horse that went brilliantly actually at the Nations Cup leg in Avanche when he took that Swiss national title. Finished second there, but it actually all went down to the final fence in the show jumping, which fell, and unfortunately that cost them the victory. Felix, who's finished inside the top 15 individually at the Worlds in Protoni last year, helped the Swiss team to a qualifying ticket, being top 20 individually at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Into a couple of World Championships as well. Unbelievably experienced, only actually 33 years of age, and yet has so much experience under his belt. This horse by Canaan, after finishing second in Avanche, actually went on to be fifth in Arville in the last Nations Cup leg in the middle of August. Scored at 26.2 and 26.8 on their last two tests. Currently trending sub 30 Felix, winner of Le Moulin 5-star, with Calero back in, to say 2022. Keeps moving on the walk pirouettes. I would say that was quite neat. Good extended walk. It's actually transition back to medium walk from the extended walk, so it's not collected walk. Nicely into the extended canter. Just crept above 30, 30.9 as things stand at the moment. Lovely flying change. Actually, Felix really rode that flying change. I was very forward and positive into it. And again, really nice, easy flying change. Not quite getting big marks in, lots of 7s and 7.5s, which is just creeping him closer back to that 30 barrier, which he should just drop below. Looks to have been a nice halt. And again, yeah, a couple of 8s in for that final halt, which should see him stay sub 30. Felix Vogg de Lausian will be the best of the Swiss team riders in the first phase, and that will improve their team score, no doubt. But just how much can he improve it by? Waiting, as I say, for that last score to come in. Harmony of athlete and horse, the collective, so a coefficient of 2. And he should just sneak into the sub-30s, might even pop inside the top 10 at 29.4, so he's going to be equal 10th, Felix Vogg and Deo de Lausian. And actually that improves the Swiss team score to 104.7, and they move up to 6th in the standings at the moment. So it is Germany, Great Britain, France, Australia, New Zealand, Switzerland, the top 6 all locked in. Belgium, the Netherlands, the US can all improve their penalty scores, and so could well actually move up a little bit as well. Still a little way to go on that. As now we turn our attentions to the final German team rider, Christoph Wahler and Dakar FRH. Interestingly, Christoph Wahler needs to score 31.2 or better to improve the German team score, which is already guaranteed to lead going into the jumping phases. Nobody can catch them. So 82.3 is their score locked in. But hot on their heels, Great Britain 84.9, France 86.5. So a few more penalties buffer would be, I'm sure, greatly appreciated by the German team. Christoph, also a 5-star winner. Not a 5-star winner, 5-star podium finisher, beg your pardon. Was on the podium in Le Moulin in 2021. 1, I think it was, with Caryatan S. Good to see him with another really smart young horse to add to his armoury, an 11-year-old by Diorado, owned by Stefan Haupt and Hendrik von Pepke. Christoph, part of the German team who won Team Gold at the World Championships in Protoni last year, and was part of the team that won Team Silver in Harada at the European Championships as well this summer. Dakar FRH was third last time out in Langenhagen in the 3-star as final preparation for this. Actually went very, very well in the German National Championships in the Mesmer Trophy to take the reserve national title. That was a class won by Julia Krajewski, and Eero de Cantre finished just ahead, in fact, of Nickel 21, who currently leads this class here today. Trending 29.1 as they go into the walk. Always feels like if you can keep your trending score coming out of the pirouettes, you're doing really, really well, because very few people have managed to do that today. Just do with it, encouraging the horse to extend the neck a little bit more. Really tough, this walk work. Went into the walk work on 29.1 trending, comes out of it on 33.9 trending score. He's not the only one. Relaxed in the canter work. A really nice change. Sevens across the board for that change. And the second change as well. Felt very, very easy. So just pulling himself back down closer to the 30 barrier. Not sure he's going to be able to improve the German team score. It is going to be very, very a close run thing. But big pats for Dakar FRH as Christoph Wahler finishes his test. Got an 8 for that final halt and salute from Xavier Lasource at M. So So wait for that score to come in. He would need to record a score better than 31.3 if he is to improve the German team score. Germany currently on a score of 82.3. And they will hold the top spot. It's just whether they can extend their lead at the top of the table. 31.5, so not quite, but still a very, very good counting fourth score if they need it for Christoph Wahler. And Decor FRH, he goes into 15th at the moment. So Germany locked in on 82.3. Great Britain locked in on 84.9. France 86.5. Australia 87.5. New Zealand 92.1. Switzerland 104.2. Belgium probably the most likely to be able to make a leap on the leaderboard. They're on 105.9. But realistically will only go ahead of Switzerland if they can just knock a penalty and a half off their current third score, which is 38.3. We'll come on to them a little bit later on. Now it is the turn of Ireland's Clare Abbott. Clare comes forward with Julant. Clare, who has long been a big part of Irish eventing, had that wonderful partnership with Europrince, who she rode at the European Championships at Malmo back in 2013. Went to the Olympic Games as well, of course, in Rio, the World Games in Caen. And she's been sort of knocking on the door of another big horse in her stable, but has had to make some business decisions along the way and sold a few of them. Julant is a really, really exciting one. Owned by Barbara Allen and Lisa Rosebotham. Bivalent, an 11-year-old who actually was second last time out in Ballindennis. Jumped a really good double clear there in the 4-star short. Won the 3-star at Lisgarven. That was coming back off a pretty lengthy layoff, having been absolutely brilliant to jump around Badminton last year for 10 seconds over the time back in 2021. They were top 15 at the Europeans the year before as well in Avange. This is a big, big horse to have back in the string for Team Ireland heading into the Olympics next year. Especially a rider with Clare's championship experience. Lots of energy early part of their test. Clare, who actually has been in great form this year. She recorded the best test at top level from an Irish rider. So that's 4-star or 5-star level in over 15 years. A few weeks ago at Lisgarven in the 4-star. That was with a horse called Mr. Mighty. Scored 22.4 in the first phase there. And so far, she's looking pretty on track to be close to Julia Kraevski. Okay, let's do the into the walk and out of the walk. Trending score, 23.9 going in. Okay. Just getting a little bit upset. Something's obviously caught the horse's eye, and that's going to prove very expensive. Will have definitely bled into that walk pirouette. Can she pull it back? This walk pirouette obviously totally separately marked. Bit of tension. Wouldn't be the best, but she's held it together and just gives the horse a bit of a reassuring pat down his neck. Oh, brutally, her trending score drops to 30.8. It's from 23.9. Such a shame, because had looked so impressive at the early part of the test, but obviously something just caught the horse's eye, unsettled him slightly. And now Claire's got to keep it together into the canter work. You can put that behind her now. And very quickly picks up the 8s again, going in and out of that canter transition. See about these changes. Late behind. Four, 4, 5 for that change, and then Ken straight back into an 8. Certainly plenty of very good marks in this test. Very short behind in the change for the second time. Gets 5s across the board for that. So she's going to be just over the 30 barrier. And such a shame, because there was so much potential in that test, but it is still a really exciting combination to have back for Team Ireland. And it should be said as well, this horse wouldn't have been to an atmosphere like this probably since Badminton 2022, so that's 18 months or so. Has only done a couple of internationals over in Ireland, and yes, they have atmosphere, but perhaps not as much as in this main Boekelo arena. And so very much look forward to seeing them in the jumping phases and what might be in 2024. But Clare Abbott and Julant rounding out the Irish team score here, and actually they will improve the Irish team score as well, because they're going to record a penalty mark of provisionally 31.4, so that's going to see them go just inside the top 15. And what will it do to the Irish team score? I'll come to that in just a moment. So Clare Abbott and Julant, the final combination for Ireland in the Nations Cup team there, have finished their test. And that means just about halfway through this penultimate session of dressage. We've still got the likes of Sana de Jong, Louise Remarque, Philip Dutton, Karin Donckers, Marcio Carvalho, Luke Chateau, Megan Jones, Ben Massey, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier to come before the end of the day. So, wherever in the world you are joining us from, we are delighted to have you with us as we head into the final 15 or so horses of the day. 112 starters in this 4-star long format here at Boekelo. Surely one of the biggest on record. And next to come forward will be Louise Remarque, formerly Louise Fenton-Yarder, a lady who has been a big part of the Swedish team over the last 10 or 15 years or so. Went to the Olympic Games in Tokyo with Kato 60, has been a part of the European Championship squads in Blair, Stragom and Lemoulen, taken a team silver and a team bronze in Lemoulen and Stragom, and went to the World Championships in Tryon back in 2018 as well. So comes forward now with Caspian 15. It's a 9-year-old grey gelding by LB Crumble, owned by Klaas Herman Reimacher. Klaas, the son of Heinrich Reimacher, of course, the Olympic champion from 2008. And Louise, I think I'm right in saying, back in the saddle, having had a baby pretty recently. Lovely expression on this horse's face. Had some really good top 10 finishes this year, including some good placings at the 3-star level. Only done actually one 4-star short. That was in Arville, where they jumped a very good clear round cross country. So very inexperienced at the level, this horse. Little bit tight in the neck coming into that walk transition. Trending sub 30 at the moment. Those hind legs moving. Really nice and relaxed, this horse. She picks up the canter transition, actually picked up some reasonable marks in that walk work. Trending at the minute 30.9. So this would be improving the Swedish team score as well. Sweden on 98.7, including at the moment this score as she's trending from Louise Reimacher. So basically, if she is less than 40, she'll improve the score that they came into her test on. But at the minute, would leapfrog Ireland and Switzerland. The second change a little bit more straightforward than the first. Still a little way to go with those changes to pick up the bigger marks in the test. But what a smart looking horse for the future. And a lovely big smile from Louise, who looks pretty pleased with that as well. Certainly lots to like. And Caspian 15, just a 9-year-old. And as I said previously, only stepping up to the level for the very first, for the second time in his career. First time at long format, but has only done 1 4-star short in his career. So definitely a big test for them this weekend. Looking likely to be sub 32. 31.7 is the provisional score that's come in. So that would see them go just behind Clare Abbott, actually equal with Caroline Harris and D-Day in 17th place on the leaderboard. And let's take a look as to what that does for their team score. Should keep them just ahead of Ireland. That's still to update. Ireland locked in on 102.1. And it does 101.4. So Sweden will sit in 6th on the leaderboard at the moment. 101.4. We've still got a Belgium final rider, Karin Donckers, Leipheimer van der Verhoef, who could actually pull Belgium a good few places up the leaderboard. There's a real sort of cluster of teams just over the 100 penalty marker. So individual standings: Yulia Kraevsky 23.6, Nicolas Touzaint 25.4, Kevin McNabb 25.5. They're the top 3 as things stand at the moment. As we look forward to the next combination to come forwards, and it will be the final team rider for the Netherlands, Sanne de Jong and Global Fairly Flashy, in just a second. Global Fairly Flashy, a new ride for Sanne de Jong this year. Sanne long been competing at championship level for the Netherlands over the last sort of 3 or 4 years. In Avanche at the Europeans, the World Championships as well in Protoni. Global Fairly Flashy, an 11-year-old. British bred by Julie Lawson, by Primitive Fairy Tale. Owned by Global Event Horses. Holds, of course, that global prefix in the name. And this mare, as I say, 11 years of age. It was produced by Brian Morrison over in Ireland, up to 4-star level. Actually came here to Boekelo a couple of years ago. Didn't complete the cross-country on that occasion, but put in a very strong test in the first phase, 27.2. Had a couple of wins at the 3-star level over in Ireland as well. And since Sanne's taken over the ride, jumped clear cross country on all 3 of their starts, including Stragom and Avanche in the Nations Cup. Andy Heffernan, the Dutch chef to keep. Let's have a look at what score she needs to record to improve the Dutch team score. 98.1 the Dutch are on. That is with the score in which she's trending. Anything better than 38.0 will improve their team score here. Certainly picking up plenty of 8s at the early part of their test. Just look to be a little bit bothered coming out of that walk pirouette, which is unfortunate. Doing a good job to keep things cool and calm before picking up this canter transition. She gets. Then that extended canter comes in straight away at M. Separately marked transitions to the extended canter itself. Unfortunately, you could see not straight in the flying change, and unfortunately late behind as well. So that will prove costly. 3-4-4. Such a shame, the movement that preceded it, 7-8-8. There's been some very, very good judging. They've been really, really keen to reward the good movements and not afraid of then changing their marks very quickly in both directions, it should be said. That was a much better change. And not quite straight into the halt, but they finished their test and will improve the Dutch team score as well. So Sanne de Jong, global, fairly flashy. Wrap up their test here in Boekelo. And looking likely to fit just inside the top 20 as things stand. Germany, remember, 82.3, their score is locked in. Great Britain, 84.9, France, 86.5. So just over 10 seconds, 11 seconds it is that covers the top three, the podium places going into the cross country. Australia 4th, New Zealand 5th, and Sweden in 6th. The Netherlands just locking their score in at 101.5. They go just behind Sweden. They go ahead of Ireland, ahead of Switzerland, and sit in 7th. The next one to really pay attention to is the US. They're on 108.1. The score they would be looking to beat is 37.1, because if they can go ahead of 37.1 in just a second, then Philip Dutton will have improved the US overall team score as well. Belgium, of course, still another team rider left to go in, Karin Donckers also. So there's confirmation, global fairly flashy, 31.7 inside the top 20. As now we turn our attentions to Philip Dutton for the United States of America. Philip comes forward riding Denim. This is a horse that was actually produced over in Europe by Merel Blom-Holsman, who took the horse to Le Lion d'Angers as a 6-year-old. The horse was then subsequently sold over to Philip Dutton's yard in America, and now owned by Caroline Moran, Neil Seitz and Anne Lapides. Went on to finish very, very well at Le Lion d'Angers at the Young Horse Bowl Championships last year. Finished on a score of 26.3 to take 7th in the 7-year-old class. That was one of the best US scores on record at Le Lion d'Angers. Made the step up to 4-star very well, jumping double clear at Tryon both this spring, and then the fork at Tryon just a few weeks ago to finish 6th. Only an 8-year-old, so very much coming here looking for a good experience and exposure at the level. But let's be honest, no better man on board. Philip Dutton, who's been to 7 Olympic Games, Won 2 team golds and individual bronze. He's been to some 7 world championships as well. In fact, Protoni was the first major championship he has missed, going back to 1994, either for Australia or he changed nationality over to the United States of America back in about 2008 or so, I think it was. Maybe a little bit earlier. And he's been on pretty much every major championship team since. Recently celebrated his 60th birthday. But he's got as good a team of horses now as I think he's ever had. He's got a little bit stuck coming out of that second walk pirouette. That proved very expensive on his scorecard, in fact. 4s across the board for the first one and then 5-4-4 for the second. Picking up the canter transition. Oh, just got upset by something down at that end of the arena. It's a real shame whether something caught the horse's eye or spooked at something. Makes the change happen. Horse did well actually to hold it together, because you could just see the expression coming round that corner. Wanted to have a little look at something, but actually did just keep a lid on it. Be interesting to see this flying change going towards that corner actually. No, makes it happen again. Whether it's the horse's shadow, perhaps? You can see that plenty of other places around the arena. The sun has made an appearance, I don't know. But still, only an 8-year-old. And it'll be a respectable score. It'll improve the US team score slightly. Be around 35.2. Just waiting for the final couple of marks to come in. So we'll just improve on Jenny Brannigan and Connery's score of 37.1 slightly. But Philip Dutton and Denham have finished their test. We've got a couple of American riders coming forward tomorrow. Actually, Tiana Kudre, Hallie Kuhn, to name a couple in the individual classification. And of course, all of them competing in one main class. There's 112 different starters in this 4-star long format here in Boekelo, but we're concentrating today on the team riders in the Nations Cup competition. 12 nations have teams in the Nations Cup, and so we're concentrating on the last few of those to go before we welcome the first of the individual riders forward. So we have just a couple left to go before the final break of the day. And we can give you an updated score for Philip Dutton, 35.2. And that sees him go into 28th at the moment. Does improve the US team score slightly as well. The US will be locked in on 106.2. So Belgium will be the next combination, the final combination, it should be said, in the team classification to come forward. That is the individual standings. Julia Krajewski, Germany out in front, 23.6. Nicolas Touzaint in second. Kevin McNabb in third. So, Karin Donckers next to come forwards. Karin rides at Leipheimer van ter Veerhof, another massively experienced rider. I think she probably matches Philip for every major she's been to, Olympic Games and World Championships. Plus adds in a dozen or so Europeans as well. Unbelievably experienced, and what an anchor rider to have for Team Belgium. Now, if they can drop the score of Jarno Verwimp, Kaiba van der Jommerheide at 38.3, they would improve upon their score. And actually, it should be said as well, they're on 105.9. If we just look to take 5 penalties off that score, so 38.3 minus 5 penalties would make it 33.3. If she can go sub 33.3, should actually see Belgium move up from 10th to 6th in the team standings. So look, all to play for. Karin Donckers, very, very, very experienced. And Leipheimer van ter Veerhof, very experienced as well. Very capable of putting in a very good dressage test. This horse, 12 years of age now, by Vigo Darswiel, owned by Joris de Brabander. Stallion. Very striking markings on this horse's face. And a horse that has been in really good form of late. 6th in Arviel in the Nations Cup there, 8th in Stragom in the Nations Cup there. Was 6th in Linear in the 4-star long format back end of last year. Top 20 in Avanche at the European Championships. Has sort of been in the shadow slightly of Fletcher van ter Veerhof, Karin's championship ride for the last few majors. And yet actually really deserves his name in lights as well. Leipheimer van ter Veerhof. Capable of breaking into the 20s, but generally speaking averaging around the 30-31 sort of territory. Averaging sub 30 going into the walk. Very relaxed in the extended walk. And actually, one of the very, very, very few horses, won't tempt fate until we see the final couple of walk marks come in, that has maintained their trending score throughout the walkwork and actually has improved upon it, which has not happened at all. Throughout the day, the walk has certainly proven to be very influential. There's just something down that bottom end of the arena that the last couple of horses have been taking a bit of a look at. And we saw Philip Dutton's Denham do it, and Leipheimer just had a little bit of a look there as well. This is definitely looking to be doing the business for the Belgian team in terms of the Nations Cup standings. Belgium, who can't actually be caught at the top of the table in the overall standings, but let's be honest, they'd love to extend their lead here this weekend. They've got quite the task though, because they need to finish third or better to improve their points tally. They've been no worse than fourth in any of the Nations Cup legs so far this year. And it is 7 of the 8 counting scores. Just slight trip down the bottom end actually. That's 7 of the best counting scores. Ooh, he's got in a little bit of a muddle there, right at the end of his test. Karin Donckers' Leipheimer van der Veerhof. But it is still a good score and gets a lovely 9 for his final centre line halt and salute. Karin, so unbelievably experienced, as I was saying at the start of her test. She has been to so many top-level championships, a stalwart of the Belgian team, and she's put in another very, very solid test here today, 30.1. So that is going to see the Belgian team score dramatically improve. She goes into 13th place individually, and in terms of Belgium, it does move them up to 6th. So 97.9, they're comfortably in 6th. And we'll go just behind New Zealand, 92.1, just ahead of them in 5th. So Germany, Great Britain, France, Australia, New Zealand and Belgium are the top 6 at the moment. And then Sweden, the Netherlands, Ireland, Switzerland, the US and Italy rounding out the top 12. So Karin Donckers, Leipheimer van der Veerhof, 30.1 sees them sit just outside the top 10, but if you're just tuning in, then a very, very warm welcome to you. We've had quite a day of thrills and spills in the dressage. Nickel 21, Yulia Kraevsky 23.6 is the individual score to beat. She sits ahead of Nicolas Touzaint, Diablo Moth at 25.4 in second. Miss Pepperpot and Kevin McNabb in third. So we turn our attentions now to the first of the individual riders coming forwards. And it is one of the most experienced riders in the field, it would be said. Because representing Brazil, Marcio Carvalho Jorge and Royal Encounter. This is an 8-year-old by Lancelot, owned by Marcio alongside Annabelle Veer-Nickel. Marcio, one of those members of the Brazilian team that will very soon be getting on a flight to Chile for the Pan American Games, looking to book Brazil their spot in the Paris Olympic Games next summer. 2 spots on offer at the Pan American Games. I think there's about 10 teams in the lineup. Brazil would be among the favourites to take one of those qualifying tickets. Canada, another that would very much be in contention. But as we've seen so often in the sport of eventing, you can't take anything for granted. And a good run here this weekend would certainly see Marcio jump on that plane full of plenty of confidence as well. It's a very, very strong team heading out to Chile for Brazil. They've got plenty of experience in there. The likes of Rui Fonseca, Carlos Parro, Rafael Lozano as well. Marcio makes a very, very good first impression on our judges. Really goes for it in that medium trot. Actually, Marcio, who's been to 2 Pan American Games previously, Lovelock's Rumpelstiltskin, his ride. Last time. And he's got a really, really good team of horses actually stepping up to the 4-star level ahead of those Olympics next summer. Royal Encounter, only an 8-year-old, was top 10 at Le Lion d'Angers as a 6-year-old a couple of years ago. Went well there actually to jump clear cross country and inside the time at Le Lion as a 7-year-old. Also, and that's a huge amount of exposure and experience for these horses. So actually, a lot of 8-year-olds coming into this arena perhaps might not have seen too many things like it. Obviously, if they've been to places such as Blenheim for the 8 and 9-year-old class, that absolutely helps their exposure. But those horses that have been to Le Lion d'Angers have been in a big atmosphere. They've been in a big arena. They've seen lots of crowds. And so that really helps them as they make that step up to 4-star. Had a couple of very good 5th place finishes in Sopot actually over in Poland at the 4-star short level of competition a little bit earlier on this year. This horse, Marcio, not afraid of jumping in the lorry and travelling into Europe. He's based over in the UK now. Used to split his time between being based over in Brazil, where he was very, very heavily involved in the family business. Lovely pick up into the canter transition. It was sub 30 at Blenheim, this combination, 29.9. Not quite trending there today. More in the early 30 territory. This is flying change. And the second as well, possibly a stride or so before the centre line. It's difficult to see from our camera angle, which is really, really similar to that of the angle of Xavier Lasource, member of the ground jury situated at M, and it's just an indication as to how the views around the arena do vary. But it certainly looked to be a good change, and I think has been well rewarded for his final halt and centre line as well. So Marcio Carvalho Jorge and Royal Encounter have finished their test here in Boekelo, and we head towards the final session of the day, what has been an action-packed first day of dressage. Just waiting for this final score to come in for Marcio, looking to be around sub 33, which would see him pretty in touch on the live leaderboard. Let's just remind ourselves of how things are shaping up in the team competition. Germany 82.3, Great Britain 84.9, France 86.5. So just 11 seconds on the cross country, actually separating the 3 podium places in the Nations Cup standings. 32.8 into the top 25 for Marcio Jorge and Royal Encounter. So that sees the score that he will be taking forward to the rest of the competition. We'll see him on Saturday. But we now have a short break now before we head back for the final session of dressage here at Boekelo. And Luc Chateau, Ego de Cabanez will get us underway at just gone 4:30 Central European time. So a little under 15 minutes time. Do stay with us and we'll be back very shortly. Welcome back to Boekelo as we head into the final session of dressage here on day 1 of 4 of competition. And we're looking forward to seeing the individual riders now making their challenge. All of the team riders in the Nations Cup competition have done their test. They're all competing individually within the same competition, but of course the team competition an addition on the side. So they've all done their tests, and now we turn our attention to the individual riders, and we've got 9 combinations I should say, to take us through this final session, and lots of different flags showing on the entry list as well. France, Germany, Italy, Great Britain, Australia, Belgium, Sweden and Denmark. So certainly plenty to look forward to wherever in the world you are joining us from. Yulia Kraevski, the one to beat, 23.6, a former winner here with Samurai de Toe, leads now with Nickel 21 in the horse's first run at the 4-star long level of competition. Now we turn our attentions to Luc Chateau, Ego de Cabaz. Luc comes forward as an individual rider for France. It's a 9-year-old by Guillaume de Us. Owned by Laurie Sadro. Goes for it in that extended trot. Just getting a little bit above the contact and inconsistent in the contact in the half pass. Luc, who actually competed at the European Championships back in Avanches in 2021 as an individual, finished 12th with Troubadour Chamfoin, and one of 2 horses that he has in the field here this weekend. Makes that transition to extended walk across the centre line. This horse actually went to Kronenberg for the 4-star long format there back in March over in the Netherlands. Completed just outside the top 10. Jumped clear on the final day, and the show jumping just had 11 penalties for breaking a frangible device on the cross country. Top 15 in Jardy. In France's home Nations Cup leg in the middle of July as well. Sun has come out in Boekelo this afternoon. It was a pretty overcast morning, fairly stiff breeze. There's flags all around this main arena, and they were really blowing in the wind this morning. But as the day has progressed, the sun has certainly come out to make an appearance. Unfortunately late behind in the flying change. The front legs changed a stride before the hind legs. Again, getting a little bit disturbed in the contact. better, that second flying change. So trending around 33.8, certainly a very respectable starting score. As he comes into his final halt, Luc Chateau and Igo de Carbin. We'll see him with another of his rides tomorrow. We'll come forward with Bastien de la Bay a little bit later on in the day. So it is Yulia Krajewski who leads the way, 23.6 in terms of the individual standings. Sits ahead of Nicolas Touzaint for France, Diable Month in second, 25.4. Just ahead of Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot, 25.5, sitting in third. Had just the 12 sub-30 scores so far throughout the weekend. But a long way to go. Plenty of riders to come down the centre line for you tomorrow as well. Big question is, can anybody challenge that top spot? We've got rides for the likes of Laura Collett, Sportsfield Freelance, Izzy Taylor, SBH Big Wall, Georgie Campbell and Global Quest, a winner at this level previously. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier as well. Morgan Yeriat, one of France's talented young riders. But it is, I have to admit, looking at the entry list, hard to see anybody who can go as low as 23.6. So watch this space. Now we turn our attentions to Ben Loa with the 11-year-old Citius by Castellan II, owned by Pia Loa and Marion Draish. Ben, who's well known for producing lots of very, very nice young horses. "31 years of age now. Came up through the Pony Junior Young Rider ranks for Team Germany. Picked up a haul of team medals along the way as well. The horse that he brings forward here, Citius, was his ride in Arville in the 4-star short a little bit earlier on this year. Finished inside the top 15 there on the horse's debut at the level. Top 15 at Le Moulin as well. Unfortunately, things didn't quite go to plan in Arville in the Nations Cup there, but since picked up a good podium in Orpe-le-Grand as part of their preparation for the horse's first run at the long format level of 4-star. Very tall, elegant rider, Ben. And he's picked up some really nice marks at the start of his test. I mean, he's trending 25.0, which would exactly put him in the mix. 25.0 trending as he comes into the very influential walk part of the test. It's the 4-star test A that the riders are doing this weekend. Just got a little bit stuck. The horse just dropped behind the vertical slightly. Nose tucked in a little bit too much, and when Ben asked him to just lift his nose slightly, that was when he just got a little bit stuck in that walk pirouette, which has been very expensive at 434. Lovely extended walk, very active, real lengthening of the frame. Just needs to make sure he keeps a lid on that. He's so careful in picking up the contact. And you can see the horse just disturbed in the contact slightly. Very glad to get into canter. Rewarded with an 8 from Merel Schirink at E for that extended walk. Unfortunately, late behind in the change. But still trending sub 30 at the moment. This is a very, very good test from this duo. And some 8s coming in actually. Straight after the 4s for that first flying change. Second change was much better for that half pass. Yeah, 7.5 and 2 6.5s for the second of those changes. Going to be pretty close to the 30 territory here. And lower and Citius have finished their test. Citius had a jolly good look round at the end there. But it's going to be a good score from the young German rider. Should creep sub 30, in fact. And will just sit inside the top 15 going forward at the moment. Still a full day of dressage to bring you tomorrow before attention turns to the cross country on Saturday. Adrian Ditcham, the course designer. Adrian, hugely experienced as an official and as a course designer. Looking forward to seeing what he has in store for us come Saturday. But just waiting for one more mark to come in for Ben Lower and Citius. And sees them with a score of 29.6. So they go into 13th on the leaderboard. And I think he'll be pretty pleased with that. Among one of the horse's best tests at 4-star level. In fact, the horse's best test at 4-star level for certain. So brilliant to see from them. He'll be pretty pleased with that. Some rather ominous looking dark clouds in the background there. Fingers crossed it's not going to have a shower in Boekelo. Boekelo, well known for rather changeable weather at this time of year. But fingers crossed, the forecast for this weekend does look pretty good, pretty dry, and even a little bit of warmth over the weekend as well. So fingers crossed the conditions not affected too much by the weather. They invested some 7 or 8 years ago now in the all-weather arena, which has really made such a difference, particularly on the final day for the show jumping. So, a welcome to our ground jury members. Judy Hancock, President of the Ground Jury for Great Britain at sea. Xavier Lassource, who was on the ground jury actually for badminton 5-star a little bit earlier on this year at M. And Merel Schirink for the Netherlands at E. So, Fabio Fani Chiotti next to come forwards. Combination for Italy. He rides Sotogo Georges. Fabio actually rode for his country at 2 European Championships back in 2001 and 2003. Took the team bronze in Po at the Europeans in 2001. In fact, went to the World Championships in Rome in 1998 as well. Comes forward with Sotogo Georges, Hungarian bred by Giorgio owned by himself. Horse that was originally produced actually by Catherine Robinson. The early part of the horse's career, but has really been with Fabio all the way up the levels. Come here having been top 20 in the 4-star long in Montelibretti a little bit earlier on this year. Have had some decent Nations Cup clear rounds cross country as well in 2022. So a first trip to Boekelo for the duo. You actually see this horse wearing a nose net. Nose nets were legalised by the FEI a couple of years ago now. Allowed to be worn, I think, in the dressage and the jumping, not in the cross-country phase. Just coming a little bit above the contact on occasion. He comes into the walk transition, trending around 43.2. Just extending the contact for the extended walk. So the difference here is it's not a free walk on a long rein. It needs to be an extended walk. So you want to keep the contact, you want to stretch the frame, extend the stride pattern, extend the whole length of the horse, while keeping the rhythm, keeping the contact. Just comes up above the contact slightly into the counter transition. Gets the change though. Does just keep popping above the contact. Which comes through in the scores. Very consistent in his scores, just not picking up particularly big marks. Trending around 41.4 at the moment. And into his final halt. So, a salute to our ground jury. Fabio Fani, Chiotti, and Sotogo Georges. looking to be around the 41.7 territory, which will see them just inside the top 50 as things stand at the moment. Some 6 more combinations to go to take us very much to the halfway stage of the competition. Remember the one to beat Yulia Krajewski and Nikil 23.6 there out in front. 41.7 the score of Fabio Fani and Satogo George, and that sees them in 50th place at the moment. That's confirmation of that there. As next to come forwards, it will be the turn of Storm Straker for Great Britain. Storm, who is 25 years of age, represented Team GB at the Junior European Championships back in 2014 with Well Designed. Comes forward with Fever Pitch. It's a 9-year-old by Tannenhof's Fahrenheit. Owned by Victoria Straker. And a horse that has had some solid form at the 4-star short level of competition. Actually went to Blenheim for the 8-9-year-old class, top 20 there. 8th at Blair Castle in the 4-star short a few weeks prior to that. Had some good results at 3-star level, including a top 10 at Blair Castle in the 3-star long format last year. Very striking horse. What can they do here in Boekelo? Storm Straker and Fever Pitch. Plenty of 7s at the early part of their test. Trending 29.3. Plenty of energy in the trot work. Nice uphill way of going. Easy transition down into walk. To be a neat enough pirouette. The second of those to me. Let's see if the judges agree. A couple of 6.5s in there and a 5 as well. So yet to see any really big marks coming in today for the walk pirouettes. Nice extended walk. Actually, the horse lets her pick up the contact coming into this canter transition, which happens directly in front of President of our ground jury, Judy Hancock, at sea. Good change. It's a lot to like from this test so far. Well, the walk pirouettes has been very, very consistent around the 7s with a smattering of 6.5s. Another really good change. It's going to bring her score closer down to the 32 barrier. Quite an abrupt final halt, but she looks absolutely thrilled with that. And so she should, because Fever Pitch certainly holding it all together. And they're not going to quite go sub 30, which would be among their best tests at the level, but certainly will improve upon some of their tests in 2023 so far. So Storm Straker and Fever Pitch should go inside the top 25 here. Just waiting for that final score to come through. As the wonderful volunteer who has been working very hard throughout the day for the entry and exit of every one of our competitors removes his bowler hat to nod his head to Storm on the exit of the arena. And that's confirmed 32.6. That's good enough for equal 23rd. So goes equal with Marcio Jorge and Alberto Riva as well. Sits inside the top 25. And she looked pretty pleased with how that one had played out. Now it is the turn of Australia's Megan Jones. Megan comes forward with RLE Barina. It's a horse that is owned by Megan herself. Was bred by Klaus Tiedemann. 14 years of age, this mare by Casido. And a horse that actually a few European followers will perhaps be familiar with from the early part of her career, because was produced up to the 4-star level by Holly Woodhead. Michelle Kenny for Ireland had the ride as well. But Megan Jones has campaigned the horse over in Australia for the last few seasons. And looking forward to seeing them back here on European soil. The bell from our ground jury signalling she can start her test. Have actually spent this summer being based over in Europe. Megan brought a couple of horses over, including Tulando as well. And actually this horse that's had a good couple of wins at Tonnenbuck and over in Victoria as well in Australia last year. I'd imagine that the reason for a European campaign is very much to put herself on the radar of the selectors heading into the Olympic Games next year in Paris. And of course Australia picked up their qualifying ticket at Mill Street at the group qualifier back in June, so they've got their ticket secured. Megan actually went to the Olympics back in Hong Kong in 2008, finished 4th individually. Kirby Park Irish Jester, that wonderful partnership she had with that horse, arguably 4th, probably the hardest position to finish at an Olympic Games. Took the team silver on that occasion. Should dearly love another chance to head to an Olympics. just occasionally getting a little bit unsettled in the contact. Good positioning in the half pass. Australia have never won Boekelo. Kevin McNabb putting in a great challenge so far with Miss Pepperpot to sit in individual third place at the moment. The Australian team also in a podium position. It's an event they'd dearly love to add to their list of other major accolades. Up some reasonable marks in the walk work. We've seen so many tests dropping their trending score there, but actually managing to maintain it, Megan. Come around for this first flying change. Off the half 10-metre circle, back across the diagonal. And good flying change. Really judged on the straightness as you come back into the centre line from that half pass, which of course Judy Hancock at sea has a really good view of. And again, another really nice flying change. Mare just likes to swish her tail slightly, which can be seen as a form of resistance. Some horses just do it naturally. But there's definitely something in that bottom corner that seems to have just caught the eye of a few of the horses this afternoon. Arali Barina, Megan Jones, though, will have put in a very solid starting score. Will probably sit just outside the top 30, but will be sub 35 in the dressage. And we've got a long way to go, of course, over the next few days, and we do hope that you will stick with us for all of the coverage, because tomorrow another full day of dressage action to bring you. Saturday we turn our attentions to Adrian Ditcham's cross-country course, and on Sunday the final show jumping phase taking place in this very arena as we look to see who will be crowned the Boekelo champion of 2023. 34.4 for Megan Jones, Arali Barina. They sit in 31st on the leaderboard. So just a reminder of how that leaderboard is shaping up. It is Germany out in front. Julia Krajewski, Nickel 21, 23.6 the score to beat. Ahead of Nicolas Touzaint, Diablo Month for France, 25.4. Kevin McNabb, Miss Pepperpot, 25.5 in third. Laura Collett de Capo, 26.9 in fourth. Annalina Scha and Fairytale 39 in fifth, 27.4. That is how things look at the moment. Germany are leading the team standings in the Nations Cup competition. ahead of Great Britain and Australia. And the Dutch National Championship is led by Sanne de Jong, Global Fairly Flashy, on 31.9, ahead of Merel Blom-Holsman, Vesuve Diveron on 33.9. I'm Special and Janneke Boonzaaijer rounding out the podium there. So, next to come forwards, it is the turn of France, and it is Ben Massey for Lara de Pearl, the horse that he will be bringing forwards. Is an 8-year-old by Upsilon, owned by Ben, alongside Veronique Rial. Great to see the oldest crop of Upsilon horses now really making their mark at the 4-star level. There's a few of them really starting to catch the attention of the eventing community, and plenty more waiting in the wings as well. So Ben Massey now coming forward. There's an 8-year-old stepping up to the level. Just done one previous 4-star short format, Najadi, over at the Home Nations Cup earlier this year. Actually went clear inside the time cross country there. Did a dressage of 34.0. Jumped clear and inside the time at Le Lion d'Angers at the Young Horse World Championships last year as well. It's always difficult if you come down the centre line and you don't quite get the first movement that you would like in order to make that great first impression on the judges. But now trending around the early 30 marker. It's interesting, the walk pirouettes there, you can actually elect to do them at any point between G and M. And again between G and H. That's at the discretion of the rider. But of course, coming back across the centre line, you want to show your transition to extended walk over the centre line. So you want to have finished your pirouette and come out of your pirouette with enough time to be able to showcase that to the judges. Very relaxed, this horse in the walk, and actually letting Ben pick up the contact very nicely, which is an advantage because the extended canter comes up so quickly after the walked canter transition that if you've been able to pick up the reins and shorten the reins and just get the contact, that can be a good thing. But actually the canter strike off didn't quite come off first time for him, which meant that he did run out of room a little bit more than he would have done. It's a real shame. It was a correct strike off, but he almost went to strike off and didn't quite get it. A little bit of a miscommunication between him and the horse, perhaps. flying change. Losing the quarters slightly in that half pass to the left, but looks to be nicely straight on the centre line. Late behind in that flying change. So the front legs changed to stride in front of the hind legs, which will be penalised by the judges. Likely to be fours across the board there, which is a real shame. Comes into his final halt. So Benjamin Massey, Falau de Pearl have completed their test here, which leaves us with 3 combinations left to go here on day 1. We've got Belgium, Sweden and Denmark. 14 different nations represented in total here at Boekelo this weekend. Great to see so many different riders from lots of different nations coming forwards. And I think I'm right in saying that outside of the we've got 12 nations represented in the Nations Cup competition, and then the other ones in addition are Brazil and Denmark. So 35.7 for Ben Massey for Falau de Pearl, and they finish their test to go into 36th place at the moment. So next to come forward, it is a second ride for Lara de Liedekerke-Meier. Lara, 35 years of age, comes forward this time with Ducati Darville. This is a 13-year-old by Diorado, owned by 5-Star Aventus. By Diorado, as I say, who's sired so many great event horses and a number of event horses in this field as well. This combination actually went brilliantly in Arville in the Nations Cup there for a 4th place finish. Top 10 in Aachen as well in the SAP Cup competition. 2nd in Kronenberg. 4th in Montelibretti in the Nations Cup at the start of the year. So they've had a really, really good season. It was actually the horse that Lara took to the European Championships in Avanches back in 2021. It wasn't her chosen ride for the European Championships this year. That honour went to Hermione Darville, but she's getting so much strength and depth, Lara, and she's been in flying form this year. More international victories than any other rider in the world so far in 2023. She's got 10 to her name. And the horsepower that she's got coming through up to the 4-star level is very, very strong. Likes of Origi, Huni Darville, who we saw a little bit later on. Formidable 62, who we'll see tomorrow. Hermione Darville, of course, who we saw at the European Championships. Plenty of 8s coming in at the early stage of their test, actually, from Merel Schurink. Really liking the early part of this partnerships round. Great uphill way of going. I'd have been fascinated actually to chat to Lara coming into this week in terms of which of her 3 horses she felt had the strongest chance, because on paper they all have a very strong chance. She chose to ride Huni Darville in the Nations Cup team for Belgium. An 8 for a walk pirouette. That is the first 8 we've seen in the walk pirouettes all day. And that is going to really help her final score, because she's picking up some really, really nice marks here. Actually have a trending score for her. But this is going to be well in touch with where she would need to be at this stage. Beautifully relaxed. And again, another 8 in for that extended walk. Lovely pick up into the canter transition. Really nice positioning in the half pass. And again, the judges looking for straightness as they get back onto that centre line. Lovely flying change. Not quite as many 8s coming through. We haven't got a trending score, but not quite as many 8s coming through as I think perhaps Yulia Kraevski had with Nickel 21. But make no mistake, this is a test that is going to be going right among the leaders. She will be absolutely thrilled with this. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, you could just see her say good boy, because absolutely delivering throughout that test. There wasn't a moment where things didn't quite go to plan. And she will be absolutely thrilled, waiting for a final couple of marks to come in. And then we'll just look to see the scores be converted into a penalty mark, because they're not there at the moment. But that is going to be well up there among Lara's best ever tests at the level. I think it's going to be her best ever test at the 4-star long level. Previous best was 28.1 with Cruella Langonese back in 2014 at Blenheim. She's going to be, I think, well ahead of that here. The big question is Yulia Kraevski, 23.6. 26.6. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Ducati Darville deliver a personal best at the 4-star long level of competition to put herself well in contention here. We'll wait for that to be officially confirmed, because there was definitely a little glitch in the scoring system as the final penalties were being confirmed. But she has just given herself a brilliant chance for the rest of the weekend. Goes into 4th place on the leaderboard. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, 26.6 into 4th, and a personal best at the level for Lara and for Ducati Darville as well, it should be said. So her brilliant form continues. Now we turn our attentions to Marlin Josefsson. Marlin, second ride for her here this weekend. We saw her a little bit earlier on with Golden Midnight. Now comes forward with Magan the 5th, the penultimate rider of the day. Marlin Josefsson, no stranger to top level competition. Actually brings this horse forward in a first attempt at the 4-star long level. I should say a second attempt at the 4-star long level. This mare (11 years of age) by Jaguar Male. Owned by Marlin herself. 4-star long that she went to was actually Stragon back in 2021, finished third there on the podium. Hasn't done a long format actually since that time. Missed a good part of the early season in 2023 and just getting a little bit upset in that corner. And actually, I don't know whether it's the trolley that's just being moved along the bottom end there. Something just caught the horse's eye and she actually elected to turn a circle. So she will be penalised for that, but just opting to take the deduction of marks. It'll be -2 from each of the judges just to help her get back on track. And that's a real shame. It's always very tricky if something like that happens during your test as to what you do, because you've got to react in the split second. And it's just interesting. We've seen a couple of horses spooking actually down that end of the arena. That was the first time I've seen something being pulled past right outside the arena, but you just wonder if maybe something was being pulled along there a little bit earlier on, and that's what upset and unsettled a few of those earlier horses. Relax nicely back now into the walk. And picks up the canter transition really nicely as well. Yeah, you can just see the mare didn't entirely trust that corner when she went back into it then. A little bit short behind in the change. .454 from the 3 members of the ground jury for it. And that change was not going to give her the highest marks either, unfortunately. Trending around 37 at the moment. She comes into her final centre line. Salute to the ground jury. She looks reasonably pleased with that. She'll be frustrated by a couple of places in there that a few marks were lost. But Marlin Josefsson and Magan the 5th have got phase 1 done and dusted. And we'll see Marlin with 2 rides, of course, in the jumping phases over the weekend as well. So just one combination left to go here. Yulia Kraevsky, 23.6, the score to beat with Nickel 21. Nicolas Touzaint, 25.4 in second. Kevin McNabb, 25.5 in third. 26.5, a huge personal best at 4-star long level for Lara de Liedekerke-Meier. And Ducati Darville, she'll be absolutely thrilled with that. Sees her well in contention in 4th. Laura Collett and Annalina Scha just rounding out the top 6 as things stand. So there's confirmation. Marlin Josefsson and Magan, the 5th, 37.6. Sees them go into 42nd place on the leaderboard. And interestingly, just looking, wasn't given an error of course as far as I can see for the circle just when there was that big spook down at the bottom of the arena. So watch that space as to whether that score does get revised. Of course, all of the scores we give you, they are provisional. Do check the official scoreboards for confirmation. So just one combination left to go here at day 1 at Boekelo. And it is Sara Beckstrom for Denmark. We've had a real treat here today, seeing so many different nations represented, 14 in total. Sara representing Denmark here this weekend. Unfortunately, no team for Denmark in the Nations Cup competition. 22 years of age, soon to be 23 years of age, Sara. Had that wonderful partnership with this horse, or has that wonderful partnership with this horse, Dr. Aldrup, who's taken her all the way through from juniors up to young riders, has been top 25 in all of her 3 junior young rider appearances. It's the dream to have that horse that takes you all the way up to the top level by Diamond de Revel, owned by Sara alongside Mette Augustad Nielsen and Ulla Beck. Top 25 at Mill Street in the long format 4-star a little bit earlier on this year. Jumped clear cross country there. Just a good number of time penalties. It was her first run at Mill Street in the long format, but have otherwise completed on another occasion at Burnham Market, the 4-star long format that was held there at the end of 2020 in COVID year. Replacement fixture for Blenheim. So plenty of mileage, plenty of experience at lots and lots of different venues. Based over in England. Trending around 36 at the moment. Just got a little bit stuck coming out of that first walk pirouette. Kept things moving there. Very relaxed, Dr. Aldrup. She isn't picking up huge marks, but very, very consistent. Lots of 6s and 7s. There is so much to be said for riding a clear round in the dressage. No major mistakes, which can be so costly. Gets that flying change as well. Can be so costly on that final score. Looked like though got into a bit of a muddle with the legs there. Couldn't quite see it. So I'll be interested to see the score. Hopefully they did get that change. It hasn't been marked down at all, so certainly looks to all be okay. Sara Beckstrom and Dicta Oldrup. What a feeling it must be for her. The horse that she's brought up through junior young rider ranks. She's got plenty of fans in the crowd. You can hear them cheering and whooping her on. They'll be having a great week supporting her out in Boekelo, widely regarded by many as one of the most fun events of the season. Situated almost right next door to the Grolsch factory, who are big supporters of the events, and I think the riders are big supporters of the Grolsch factory throughout the weekend as well. So looks like it's going to be pretty close to a personal best at 4-star long level for this duo, 36.1, and that is confirmed. That'll be among their best scores at the level. So wishing them well for the rest of the competition. They go into 39th as things stand at the moment. But that brings day one of Boekelo 2023 to a close. What a brilliant day we have enjoyed. All of the team riders coming forward for the Nations Cup. So 12 different teams represented in the Nations Cup for this series finale. Plus the first of our individual riders as well. We've got lots more in store for you tomorrow. First horse comes down the centre line at 9 o'clock Central European time. Big question is, can anybody overhaul the Olympic champion at the top of the leaderboard? Because Julia Krajewski is out in front, 23.6 ahead of the former European champion Nicolas Touzaint. Diablo Moth, certainly one to look out for the future, 25.4 in second. Kevin McMahon and Miss Pepperpot in third. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Ducati Darville, brilliant from them this afternoon to slot into fourth. Laura Collett, De Capo, Annalina Scha and Fairytale 39 rounding out the top six as things stand at the moment. But it is certainly going to be an unbelievably close call over the weekend. We've still got all of tomorrow's dressage. Some 55 or so competitors to come forward. Can any of them break into this top 10? Janelle Price, Senor Crocodillo, the first of the team riders for New Zealand. Maxime Livio, Appy Delabert, Ros Canter, Tim Price rounding out the top 10 as things stand at the moment. A little bit further on down the leaderboard, you've got the likes of Yasmin Ingham, the reigning world champion with Rihi DJ as well. Plenty of big names in there, plenty of big names still to come tomorrow. Can Julia Krajewski hold on? Germany in the driving seats in the Nations Cup competition, 82.3 sees them out in front of Great Britain, 84.9. France, 86.5 in third. All to play for, but tomorrow we will be back for the remainder of the dressage. 9 o'clock Central European time, the first horse goes down the centre line. We do hope you've enjoyed all of the coverage today. We do hope you'll join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then.